Sized in the way that like Greek and Roman mythology is. So what I'm gonna do is I got mine right here, and I'm gonna flip open the Old Testament to a random point, and I'm gonna see if God is wrathing on people. Plague of the firstborn. Just open any point in time in the Old Testament, and you have yourself a fat-ass, fucked-up story. Answer to that, and they would probably kill the fucking AI and say, stop taking control of my character, I want to play the game. And I think that's literally exactly what God does in the Old Testament. He's like, I told you not to do that!
God slapped my ass on the way out.
The best flag, if not top 3, top 5. But I'd say definitely, like, other people could argue for those. I'd say this is the best. So far that I've seen, that's fucking insane. I'd rank Canada S if it was a weed leaf and not a maple leaf. It's a flag. Yeah, it's a flag tier list of why is Canada? I'm Canadian. I wouldn't even rank it. It's a fucking leaf on a flag. It's boring as fuck. And it's like, if you look at the impact that Asmon has, let's do a this person had 300 subscribers, and someone put one of her videos on Asmon's subreddit. She now has 122k subscribers, and this video that she released the other day got 51k views. So remember, guys, thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out. You know, we do what we do, but we don't do sometimes is what it is, you know? That's how we go. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Especially you, Smokey. Obi-Wan looks like a fucking sand raider in this clip. But I mean, I think that's iconic because that's kind of the idea of what he was kind of going for, right? Because he'd been living on Tatooine so long. 887, which means you can do like 2 or 3, maybe 4 things during the entirety of the stream. So yeah, let's finish the video at least before we fuck with him. Yep, true book. But hey, if you're basing it off of gods and stuff like that, why not just use the already structured 25,000 year zodiac and just replace it? Maybe double the time spans. So, like, or half the time spans, you know, so have, like, 24 gods instead of 12, or have 6 gods instead of 12. That's how fucked religion is. They won't even follow their own fucking guidelines because of public opinion. It's like, at least be fucking principled in your stance, man. Or I guess, like, restructuring the Adventurers Guild outside and establishing that, finding a Thomas, unlocking the 100-year quest, and getting the emerald weapon. My teacher, when I was in Japanese class in high school, she was allergic to sushi, but it's like the allergic reaction took about 12 to 16 hours to kick in. So she would like pound back the sushi and then just like suffer for like the next 2 days. Or it shows the consciousness is fundamental. And consciousness is literally what creates reality, because this is what I believe. Consciousness creates light. Light creates reality. So via proxy, consciousness creates reality. $554K? Wait, what? But anyways, thanks for sticking around. You guys are fucking amazing. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Damn. See, he knows how to, like, build tension and shit like that, right? Like, I love twists and reveals and stuff, but he's all about, like, building everything up and then just letting it fucking slide out. It's just like, boom, gone. I love it. Yeah, it's Cameron's journal. Go check him out, guys. Give him a subscribly. I mean, I'd listen to it on my own. I don't know if I do it on stream. Like, I don't mind, like, as long as I had subtitles for it. I don't mind reading subtitles. I just don't know how that would go on stream. Dude has an insane voice. Oh, I bet. And inference and, like, connecting the dots between, you know, different smaller, tiny pieces that you can pick out later on. My case of this is, like, things that connect in some weird, fucked up way in my mind. Like the sentence in Nepotism Unleashed, where Daniel says, and she leads men to a cold sweat, instead of leaves men in a cold sweat. And it's a play on, like, leading you on, because she's, like, super sexual and she's always leading people on. So replacing leave with lead to emphasize that nature was the idea behind the sentence. I lost all my viewers on Kick, and I haven't been able to hit 5 viewers, so I haven't been able to raid anyone in like a week or so. I don't know what happened, guys. We're fucking dying. How are you flowing and glowing? I am flowing and glowing great. We finished one of our short story videos today, got it posted and done. Kick is bugging. Oh, I believe it. I think Asmon broke the system. Yo, boys, how's it going? We back at her. What is up? Another day, right? Another big day. So, we're going to do a little bit something different because I think we're pretty much caught up on all of the stories that we've been doing, and I don't think we need to extend our reach to any more of the evolution stories for research purposes. I just wish Beezus would show up, so we could read his story. That'd be cool. I think we might have more of Catgirl Isekai, but I'm not 100%. Okay, yeah, no, we definitely have a couple more to go for Catgirl Isekai, but other than that... So, what I was thinking is, since we tend to be going down a more horror genre thing, and horror genre tends to be something that is very much an atmosphere and psychological part, so I figured that why not go to take BookFox's advice and go with something that is a bad book of a good author to show you where those mistakes can be found. And I thought that was a really good idea, so we're going to go with that. So we're going to find basically like the worst fantasy novel by Brandon Sanderson, but it was probably a big series, so I'm not sure about that one. That one is a very much like question mark. And then we want to do short stories, as well as what was the third thing? Fuck. Bad Stephen King novels, good short stories. Oh, and I guess another good book like Choke. I mean, even if Tyler's not here, I mean, we could still technically read it. I mean, I'm getting a little bit invested into it, so I mean, why the hell not, right? So let's go to Catgirl Isekai. Drop that in. Oh, nice. 13 hours ago. Sweet. Okay, we actually do have some more caught up. This is good. This is good. But doesn't negate what our next plan should be, because we should always have a backup for this, right? If we don't have any more of these stories, because they're all ongoing, so there could be days between the stories, depending. And there'll probably be like faster and then slower upload timings. I mean, we could go for Bunny Girl Evolution, but I don't think we need to do that. Yeah, this one's still on that. Talks, one more stream left! What do you mean one more stream? Do you get all of your stuff on Sunday? Callie, does everything arrive on Sunday and you can do the big epicness on Sunday? We're on 14, right? Yeah, so we're caught up with that. So we just have 2 of these. It's in October. Yeah, so I'm like, well, what do you mean by one more stream? Are you not gonna stream until then, Callie? Like, what's the plan? Until affiliate. Shouldn't you already be affiliate? Don't you just need the... Like, I'm assuming you just need the amount of followers. Like, 4 more followers, right? You have, like, 46 followers? So if you get those, like, 4 more followers, then boom. Right? That would be my thought. But then again, I don't know how it works based upon how often you stream. Right? But that would make sense. Because you've been popping the fuck off, Callie. So I don't know how their calculations do over periods of time if days that you don't stream count as 0 averages. Reach... Oh, it's only 25 followers. Oh, that's right. They changed it. 45 out of 25. View 30-day stats. Stream for 4 hours. There you go. Perfect. Fuck yeah, Callie. Start making the money! Let's fucking go, bro! Okay. So, next thing would be, let's go here, and this would probably be the easiest way to find it. What is considered Stephen King's worst horror novel? Not necessarily rating wise, but overall, worst writing, worst concept, worst execution. Alright. I haven't been here in a good while. Cute Muffin! Hey, how's it going, man? I know, having the schedule move around and everything, I think fucked with a lot of people. I mean, I'm still trying to stay live until 3:30, 4:30 in the morning. But it still is between like an 6 to 8 hour stream. But I mean, people that come in between like 4 and like 7 in the morning, yeah, those people are basically gone. If you were in there. Okay, so the Tommy Knockers. Let's see if this is a public domain. Other contenders like Dreamcatcher or Cell get similar flack for poor execution. Tommy Knocker stands out for King's own regret and its foundational flaws across all criteria. I would stream right now, my phone is nearly dead, so I wouldn't see chat. The struggle of a dead phone. The terribleness of it, I know, Muffin. It is such squandered in such ways. So let's see if this is a free digital copy of... Whoops. Jesus Christ. Tommy Knockers. Internet Archive, here we go. Is this the one that's bad, or is this one that's good? Which one's the one, which one's the site that... It's the PDF, hold on, let me go to the one that I got choke off of. Let me see if this is the same one, because I remember there was one... Is this from Internet Archive? And this is the one from the archive. How do I download the fucking PDF? Okay, so there's no, for this, there doesn't seem to be a PDF. Let's just read any book. You can just download, there's some like free PDF. Download the PDF. Oh my god, fucking so annoying. Caffeine pills I take are very mild. The fuck is this? What a fucking joke. Oh my god, I just want to read the fucking book, guys. Maybe this isn't one we're gonna be able to... I'm not buying it. PDF, download. Said that 2 hours ago and still haven't written the email. Oh, I have an email to write. Oh shit. This is some fat ass bullshit. I just want the fucking goddamn book. Fuck off. What is this shit? Like, this one was so easy to find. I mean, it's just not a book we can read. Because I'm like, reading it off of this is just not gonna be, you know, viable. See, unfortunately, we need an AI that you can ask to do illegal things like pirating and shit like that. You know? Things that shouldn't be illegal but fucking are. Well, I mean, that was kind of a bust. I mean, we tried. Maybe I'll just have to find a copy of it. I don't even know. But I thought the idea itself was pretty solid. But that's how I know it's a good idea, is when the world's like, oh shit, bro. Nah, you're not allowed to do that. Whoa, take a step back. What you doing with your life? Okay, and then if we go to, let's see what the one says when we go to the Chuck Palahniuk one. This one's already completely different. Like, this is just the PDF itself. Where is Choke on the site? And it says no suitable files to download, yet somehow there's this one, which is the download? So where the fuck did I get this PDF from that says that it's from... Fuck is CA Archive? I'm so confused. Why is this like CA Archive and this is just Archive and this is just Archive? Like, why is this a downloaded PDF file but the other ones aren't? How the fuck did I find this? Yeah, it was this one right here. So we have this, Choke, free, and then it's like one's the Internet Archive, and the other one's the Internet Archive. They're both the Internet Archive, but for some reason, one of them allowed me to download the PDF. Where it says here that it doesn't exist. But I'm like, well then where the fuck did I get it? PDF file for Tony Rockers. Okay. Can I just fucking download it? Is it just nope? Nope. It's all fake. It's all fake, guys. Put PDF in fucking quotations. Nothing. Literally nothing. Because all these are like, oh, you gotta sign up and then you can download. Or it just sends you to a fucking random site. God, guys, they just make the world so hard to fucking read, man. I just want to read. This isn't even a fucking clickable link. This is so ridiculous. This is such a fucking scam. Such a fucking scam. Well, I don't know, guys. I'm giving up. I fucking tried. I fucking tried. I thought it was a good idea, but apparently the world is telling me no. Nope, you're not allowed. I'm like, okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes total sense. Yeah, you know. 100%. Well, in that case, we just, we'll start with Goblin Girl, and then we'll go to Cat Girl. I just want Cat Girl to get over the rebirth cycle and actually get into the action, you know? It was kind of funny and everything with the whole being reborn, but I think it's been a little played out across the board. But, is what it is. Alright, Chapter 15, Goblin Girl Evolution. Here we go. Alright, so our friends down there are throwing a big party for us in a few weeks. But we're gonna crash it at dawn. A surprise welcome. Demented giggles from the raiding group. Goblins love this shit. Now, a few of you might be noticing that the sun's out already and headed in the wrong direction. That's because I want to grab their party favors before we start celebrating. I tapped on the crude map I'd sketched in the mud for them. There's 3 places to hit, and you're going to split up and take everything at each of them. Be sneaky about it. We don't want to spoil our surprise after all. More giggles while I directed one group to steal their weapons cache. Another, their preserved supplies, and a third, the horses they'd brought along. I like to get my pillaging done before all the burning started, so I'd gathered my smartest and sneakiest to get this job done throughout the night. I smiled along with everyone else, lots of pointy teeth in the glowing twilight. No guards that we can see, no sentries or patrols. They aren't expecting us to be smart, see, they think we're just vermin. Won't it be fun to prove them wrong? More giggles, along with a quiet chorus of fuck yeahs from a few of the smarter specimens. I'd ordered everyone to keep it down for a while, and they listened to the top bitch. Now this party's gonna go on for months, all through the warm season, so don't fuck up and die out there. You green bastards are expendable, but the more of us there are, the better the party's gonna be and the more fun we're gonna have. Can't party if you're dead, so if you see someone, run away, hide, do not be seen. Very good. And if you kill someone, they never find the body, leave no trace. Good. Eat up and jerk off, then get to work a few hours after things get really dark. More of them will be sleeping. I'll talk to their boss in the morning. Get to it. A last round of giggles as they all imagined what I really meant by talking. I'd fucked every one of those boys at some point or another, but they also knew I was a vicious killer when I wanted to be. And none of them have ever wanted to see me in a bad mood when it was targeted at them. Wasn't lying about this being a party for us, but goblin raves tend to involve a lot of blood and death. I smiled again and went to follow my own advice, getting up a bit awkwardly. I was just far enough along that getting vertical was a challenge. Should have told them to help me with that. Yeah, well, hindsight. Young Lord Honda Juro looked about his camp with pride. He might never inherit the family title as the 10th son, but he had no intention of doing so. No, his glory would be in military accomplishment, as he extended their power all the way to the Emperor's second seat. The highest point of power in daimyo, any daimyo could attain within the empire. And the tales of his glory would begin soon as he purged this kitsune village that had been infested with goblins and betrayed their lord. My lord, we really should post security. Juro huffed. From what, Michiko? We're deep within our own lands, hunting mere vermin. Michiko huffed. Her younger half-brother was truly an idiot. You underestimate goblins at your peril. They've reached alarming numbers of late, and their raids have been unusually effective. Plus, there have been rumors among the cultivators. Cultivators? Bah. Addle-minded cloud-gazers who know nothing of the real world. Watch me, girl, as I shape true history, and remember your purpose. You are my bedwarmer, not my advisor. Michiko bowed and stepped out of his little war pavilion. He hadn't touched her yet, but she knew it was only a matter of time, and their father would not intervene. He was a child of his wife, a true part of the bloodline. She was a child of the household staff, unrecognized by the Lord as anything but a bastard with an unknown father. No matter how much she'd taken on the classic lines of the Honda family's women, including the distinctive black ears and tail. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a green form slip from the shadows into the armory tent and decided to do what was right. As the camp slept, she stole writing supplies and a messenger bird while the goblins hid from her, and told her she'd send a message detailing what happened here when it was done, before going to join their people. That night, she met a very charming and strong-willed woman, and though she was taken for the first time by so-called vermin, knew the finest pleasure a woman could ask for. She would happily bear their children, for even the most foolish among them had more brains than her entire noble lineage. It was only a pity her mother wasn't still alive to join her. Well, the cat girl turned out to be an easy lay, but gave me some intel we could use, even if we fucked together over her plans to defect. As we fucked together over her plans to defect, we'd have to march with us, since I couldn't afford an escort to take her back, but she shrugged that off and hoped we would not be a burden as she grew swollen with our kind. Seriously, I like this bitch. She knew what she wanted and what it would entail, and I could use someone like her. Someone who could write down what we were doing without embellishment, one way or another, and send messages to inspire fear to our enemies, and draw in people who were as sick of the bullshit as she was. Plus, she had a solid mind for battlefield tactics and strategy. She'd broken down what I was going to do the moment she'd caught the first gobbo out of the corner of her eye. If she'd been who I was up against, this might have been a challenge. As it was, I told her and the boys to stay in the woods and watch. This was going to be too boring to risk dead goblins. Told them it sucked, but we'd have a barbecue afterwards. Grilled horse is awesome. Oh. Get your ads up in here, boys. Get your ads. We got ads. We got the top ads, the bottom ads, the side ads. Never worry about never get your ads. We got your ads here. Come and get them. We got you guys. Don't worry. Don't even worry about it. We got the ads. They're the good stuff that'll take you to where you need to go. That's right. Just sit back and watch the ads. That's all you need to do. And you'll get good with gotten guns. It's all she needs. That's right, boys. Keep it up. We back? Alright. Young Lord Honda Jiro walked out of his tent at dawn to see a pregnant goblin female. Standing directly in the middle of the camp. He immediately ordered his men to skewer the rat, but was told no one had anything bigger than an eating knife. By his own orders, he reached for his own sword, a masterpiece of the craft made by the finest blacksmiths of the family's household, but found it was not there, because it was already in the goblin woman's hands. Instantly, the blade disappeared into the goblin's storage ring, and she told the camp that they had ruined the big surprise party she had planned by being too weak to be worth the effort. So they could fight her as they were, unarmed and unarmored, or they could strip naked and submit themselves for her pleasure before being enslaved. Lord Juro spoke quite eloquently about honor, assured that he would easily win against such a diminutive foe, particularly a weak woman who was great with child. He was not allowed to finish his speech, as a bored Lady Yuki pulled his heart from beneath his sternum and ate it before his very eyes, as his life faded away. Then she turned to the rest of the army and repeated her offer: death or dishonor. Very few chose death, and those who did swiftly received it. Through various gruesome means I shall not detail, for this message and the records I shall keep. Your honored and pampered son died pathetically, too foolish to put up even a reasonable resistance against the foe your lands now face. I have joined them, for they have treated me better in a night than my own surviving kin ever have over my entire life. Prepare yourselves, build your army, arm your people, offer my lady something to properly challenge her might, that she might prove how weak and pathetic you truly are. I send with this message the only part of Juro he ever thought with, that you might have something to place in his funeral urn. And I look forward to the day you join him, Father. Lady Honda Michiro, Judicate to Lady Yuki, the goblin-breeding bitch. I think I know why this one's so popular. It's definitely a huge anti-hero, like, complete villain, like, you know, like, I think, like, overlord fucking level of, like, you know, enemy. Because it's like, they have their, their good side, right? And the people that they take in. But then it's like, oh no, you guys are just bad people. We're just gonna fucking kill you and eat you. Hi! Hey, Queen! How's it going? So I had this idea, Queen. I wanted to take BookFox's advice and read the worst books by good authors. Okay, rank has been good so far. Well, that's good, Queen. Hell yeah, keep it up. So I kind of looked up what the lowest rated, like, Stephen King books were. Just to, you know, get a feel for, because my problem is I can't see the bad. So I want to read a book that's, like, actually, like, a good author writing badly. And then take notes from that. The problem is, I can't find any fucking copies of them. Like, everything on Internet Archive is just the actual book itself. It's not, like, the PDF like I found with Choke. So... and the book we were looking for was the Tommyknockers, because apparently it's even Stephen King's own word says one of his worst books, but it's only got like this thing, and it's like limited preview. Oh, you can't look at it anymore. You only looked at the 10 pages you're allowed. And I had the same issue with this with Choke, but somehow with Choke I found the PDF. And it's the same site, it's on Internet Archive, so I don't understand why I can't, like, find this. I spent like 20 minutes trying to find it, and I was like, fuck it, maybe we just continue reading Choke, and maybe we finish Choke, and then we do that? Maybe it's not in the public domain yet? Oh, it definitely is, it's 1947. It's just, it doesn't have, like, all the things are, like, all of the, yeah, like, if I go, like, this one just literally, this site just literally doesn't exist. And all of these are, like, you know, not the actual book. And then this again is like Internet Archive, limited amount of pages. So maybe it's just the Tommyknockers, but I know I had the same problem with Choke, and I don't know how I solved it, but it is what it is. But for now, we are on to Catgirl Isekai. So, this is chapter 5? Chapter 4 or Chapter 5. But the character is now starting to grow up, so hopefully... Oh, there it is, 16. So now they're like an actual grown-up person, so we're actually going to see some shit happening and figure out what the fuck the world is all about. Stupidest conversation of both my lives happened because of extreme boredom colliding with drugs. I was 16 and I stayed with my cousin Jerry at his mom's house for a month over the scorching summer. In theory, it was family bonding time out in the countryside, but in practice, I strongly suspected my father wanted me out of the house for a month or so, given I was at the peak of my sarcastic, angst little shit phase with any and all authority figures. To Dad's credit, he waited for me to reach the front door and be invited in before he bolted to his car, old four-wheel beater. My first view of the house was a claustrophobic living room stuffed with ancient, peeling white painted furniture covered in dusty sheets while my cousin stood awkwardly holding the door open. My aunt laid snoring on the couch with a brandy bottle colored like a teddy bear. It was 11 a.m. I had a short story smut idea. Want to hear it? Yes, Queen, I absolutely do. And another idea I had was to read more short stories. You know? Like, read some Asimov short stories, read some other people's short stories, and go into, like, different genres and stuff like that. And just see how they tie, you know, stories together. Because it is a different, like, a short story is a different telling than, like, a story, right? Like, you don't have the room to flesh out characters as much. So you have to use the amount of space that you have to just tell the fucking story. So I think that would be another good, like, space to go towards. Because I'm like, I need more, like, angles of attack for improvement, right? Like, yesterday we were struggling so hard on just trying to get some fucking dialogue out between, like, switching back and forth between character voice. My idea is a smut adult version of The Great Pumpkin from Charlie Brown. Are we talking death by snoo snoo here, Queen? I just mean the concept, like, you know, instead of, you know, it killing them, it fucks them. Some sort of fucked up, like, siren spirit or something like that. That sounds pretty awesome. I can definitely get behind that. And that's the one thing about, like, sex sells, man. Technically, I'm proof of that. It does. So, what do you want to do? And hey, if you enjoy writing it, that's all the better, right? And you don't care about how people, like, are going to perceive you as a writer because you've written smut. This set the tone for my entire visit. We exhausted entertainment options within a day, and by day 2 it was already doing a fine mimicry of the climate of hell outside, so going outside was a no-go. There were 3 things to do at my cousin's house. We could play games on his last generation console, of which he had only had shooters, and not many of them, while I preferred platformers. We could watch mind-numbing cable sitcoms and soap operas. Alternatively, we can engross ourselves with aging beige paint on the walls. There was no internet aside from a sketchy signal on my phone that came and went. There were endless cornfields surrounding the 1-acre property, while the property itself amounted to a house, fence, and field of dead yellow grass. The most interesting landmarks were a dead pear tree and a desecrated blackberry bushes. By the 7th day, my mind started to unravel into a gray cloud. I had painted my butt in a den's uncomfortable floral couch made sometime in 1970s and decided to watch a marathon of SpongeBob. There was nothing else. My cousin joined me at some point. I do not know when the joint came out, nor if I even took a hit, or if it was all Jerry, and I got a secondhand high. What would you do if, like, you entered a new world, portal opened up right now and spat you out, Jerry asked. Depends, I said. Am I just dumped there, or do I find a portal I can use to go back and forth? Jerry took a solid minute to respond. Time had slowed out in the countryside, miles away from any mental stimulation. What felt like days would pass in minutes, while minutes hate 8 hours. I think it affected him. That, or the weed was really saturating his brain. Finally, he said, both? Snorted, probably die of cholera. And the second option. I'd try to use it for fun and profit. Gold coins from a fantasy world sold at a pawn shop would be a way to live. Jerry mulled that over and nodded, shaking his long, dandruff-covered hair back and forth. Harsh. What if you had powers? Jerry blew smoke my way and I don't recall blinking. That had me stumped, if only for a moment. If I have special powers, someone upstairs probably likes me. That means the whole hero gig is a thing. Hell, who knows? Maybe I'd even find an obligatory waifu with big... I'd fuck Sandy, Jerry said. What? Squirrel girl, I'd fuck Sandy if I had powers. That was my first encounter with a furry. Looking back on it, I did not think I could have predicted my rebirth as a cat girl living out an old sea fort. On an old sea fort with my new world's mom. It wouldn't have been anywhere on my top 20 expectations, or top 200 for that matter. Didn't take long to reach the bedroom. It wasn't as if our dwelling was terribly large. The old fort citadel went surprisingly deep, admittedly, but we didn't use the lower tunnels as they'd long since flooded, so we stayed close to the dry surface near the highly reinforced walls. We used maybe 20% of the complex that used to be living quarters. Mom kept the bed tidy, just short of being Spartan by a few piles of books and technical manuals lying around the cots we used. Sole exception to this clutter were my drawings. I tried flubbing my drawing at first to be more childlike, but that had proven exhausting. And soon I'd reverted to more detailed charcoal sketches that had perplexed Mom at first, but now accepted with nary a questioning glance. Most were things I'd been able to observe on the island. The sea, a very round seagull, or a sea-round gull, if you will. An angry crab that fought me if its life depended on it. A flower with purple petals I hadn't been able to capture quite right. Most continued in that vein of just things, but there are a few more creative, like a moonless sky above a dead forest, sketch at least, or a ship beached beneath a full moon. I say that like they weren't chicken scratches. Mom seemed to like them, at least. Also, I haven't seen chicken here. Lighting was still sparse by the overhead light strips, but a few lanterns were set up. The lanterns might once have been even pretty artisan things, like with leaf-like designs over the metal cases, but half of them were dusted, rusted, dented, or had actual holes in them, now like they had been dug out of a pile of rubble. They probably were. However, for all they looked like archaeological relics, they were one of the first things I'd seen in this world that suggested the supernatural existed, and I didn't have one hell of an active imagination for a little girl. Rather than some light bulb, the place with a bulb was more like a lens, while behind each lens is a single sigil. The lanterns would produce a slow flickering, slightly blue-tinted light when a switch was flipped. Weirdly enough, if left on a while and touched, I could feel the lamp cooling off rather than heating up. I had no idea how they worked beyond magic. Mom had said a word I still couldn't translate, followed by outdated piece of junk. Honestly, that wasn't so weird. In my old world, I'd only loosely known the theory that in physics behind how computers worked, yet was still fully capable of using a computer. Furthermore, the lanterns definitely worked and were made for anyone to use. They even had a compartment to put in a bulky silver-colored battery of some type shaped like a wafer. Rather than a closet, dresser, or wardrobe, there were several dented and dull blue footlockers lined up across the wall with scratch marks on the floor marking where they'd been dragged in. Going through the leftmost locker, I was able to pick out my wading and hiking clothes with ease and didn't fuck up the organized way my mom had put things. I did genuinely try to put things back neatly, but I failed. In my defense, I was never that organized in my old life, and in this one, I was not tall enough to fold most of the oversized clothing very well in my little arms. My foraging clothes were all old, but durable and practical clothing. Tall, button-up boots, 3 inches too long, leathery, faint blue, water-resistant pants, and a shirt that may once have been white, but was now permanently stained beige. Over this outfit, I wore a brown jacket that somewhat reminded me of an aviator jacket if it was comically oversized. All the clothing bore rough stitching and impromptu adjustments to better fit someone my size. Putting on the boots was just a bit odd given my feet weren't quite human anymore, but not that strange either. I was fortunate neither Mom nor I were fashionistas? Or we'd probably have a heart attack from how crude my outfit was. Not for the first time, I looked at the shoulder of my shirt and noticed the telltale indications of a rectangular stitching on the shoulder. All that was left of an original name tag of some sort. I traced it briefly, but stiffened when I heard Mom calling for me. Dressing quickly, I made my way back to the entrance. I say made, as I would never be elegant in clothing that bunched up, and was too big for me, even with the adjustments, but it sounded better than waddled on little legs. I found Mom by the entrance, a heavy metal banded door. She was wearing her own gray fatigues with a blue jacket. The fatigues were a bit faded with a few threadbare parts, but remained sturdy. The jacket was uniform in color and had a line of gold buttons going up the front, although Mom had it unbuttoned at this point. She smiled and held out her hand. I took it. She was so warm, almost like a furnace was beneath her skin. We stepped out into the world and into the sunlit ruins. The citadel at the heart of the fort had stood the test of time. It was a 2-story building with thick sloped slabs of sandstone making up the outer walls. Even long after its construction, it stood strong and more than ready to repel heavy cannon fire even now. If anything, it was weird how well preserved the citadel was, considering the rest of the fort was an utter disaster area. Piles and piles of rubble mixed with soil indicated the plethora of buildings which weren't there anymore, leaving behind only evidence of the less sturdy structures eroded by time. Farther out was the main wall forming thick slabs a few meters high. Much of the rock eroded or shattered over time, but somewhat more intact than the secondary buildings. The soil here was hard-packed, but could be dug into with enough grueling effort, as evidenced by a small garden of technically edible plants taken from the dead trees and transplanted to the side of the citadel. Morning light filtered over the wall and through cracks where the stone had given way. The air itself was crisp, not enough to miss, but cool enough to bite when I inhaled. Fall was already settling in. Dust on occasional bit of vegetation and puddles of water were the only things present. All the wooden portions of fortifications long since taken or disintegrated under nature's patient assault. It was easy to forget the outside world at times, especially when we stayed in our home for days at a time in bad storms that swept through. Staying inside, talking, living, playing with Mom, going through lessons, and more. I could think that outside the cat ears and tail, I'd been reborn to a single loving mother in a new world. Sure, it was a bit odd living in intact ruins of an old fort and repurposed rooms meant to make something resembling a home, but we had fresh water from a deep well in the citadel and a more than solid roof over our heads. It wasn't much, but even by my old life's low standards, it was sad. But it was still something close to home. The eroded ruins surrounding us broke the illusion of normalcy. My gaze lingered on the rubble strewn in great piles everywhere. I felt my ears fold and Mom squeezed my hand. Mama, why is this place so, sad? I said, looking around as Mom fiddled with the door. Sad wasn't the right word, but I wasn't sure what it was. Unnerving, sad, melancholy, and more all seemed viable contenders. Yet I wasn't sure how to express this feeling about the ruins outside our home. It's Trigthe, I think, she said, shoving the door closed with a huff. Before my time, at least. Come on. I pondered the word. It was a new one, and the pronunciation was odd. From context, it seemed to imply not inhabited or abandoned, seemed to be part of it. But she said it like there was more meaning there, something I was missing. Maybe there wasn't context. On our first outing, I'd asked her where we were, being curious about this new world. Mom shrugged and only said we were on an island somewhere in the northern dawnlight expanse, and we were living out of an old fort called Fort Isolation. This was naturally meaningless, given I didn't know what any of that meant. We passed the walls quickly enough and emerged into what I think used to be a collection of small buildings forming a fishing village, although it was hard to tell one pile of rubble and soil from another. Leaving the village, the island rapidly evened out into a small wood forming the island's core. Every single tree was barren, a little leaf litter forming on the ground. I remember one spring waiting for the leaves to return and being disappointed when I learned every tree was dead. It was rather sad. I liked the fall. Isn't to say there was no life in either the ruins or the dead woods. Mosses, vines, blades of grass, and small bushes, whose names I was still learning, were common enough, poking through cracks in the stone and rubble. Yet even here, the seeming normal sight was broken up by the towering gray trunks of trees stretching up like tombstones. I missed the fall colors. My sense of smell seemed mostly similar to my previous life, if significantly improved. I'd been able to appreciate baked bread and wild flowers and all that jazz, but comparing what I could smell now to what I smelled then was roughly equivalent. Before my eyes had adjusted, I'd picked up the scent of water condensing on cold stone, undercut by a breeze, bringing in a faint scent of salt and sulfur from the sea. Even this late into fall, I could still smell a faint wildflower sweet scent as the breeze swept over me, while the scent of damp sand and soil lingered. Next, sounds were their own shade of impressive. It wasn't too notable at first, but what it lacked in stark difference, it made up for in scaling. A bird's fluttering wings had my ears perk up to listen, the rustling of feathers clear to me in a way I'd just missed as a human. Mom briefly paused, eyes searching nearby trees and foliage, but we saw nothing before we moved on. Overwhelmingly, however, I could hear the sea and its endless waves upon the shore. It only took a few minutes to leave the fort and its surrounding ruins entirely. Whether that was a testament to Mom's pace or a testament to how tiny it was, I wasn't sure, yet we'd soon left them behind for a nearby beach. I'd never seen the ocean in my old life. My knowledge of the ocean had been fairly limited and confined to documentaries and what I'd read. I'd wanted to visit it, but I had been a landlubber all my life and never got a chance of my impromptu death by my murderous Furby. Seeing it now, just like the first time, made me stop, if only for a second. Mom noticed and gave me a moment and a pat. Sunlight reflected off blue waters that stretched to the horizon. Waves flowed across a distant rocky shore. It never ceased to make me imagine thousands of jewels floating in the water when it was like this. We stood still for a few moments in the breeze, rippling out over the ocean. We stood there for timeless eternity, simply enjoying the sight in a reprieve from the wider day. The calmness of the world. This had better be the calm before the storm, man. So now the question is, do we carry on with Choke? I don't know if we read this or not. don't know if we read this or not. Who knows? I don't. That's for sure. I don't know anything, guys. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where we be. I don't know what we at. I don't know what it is. Oh, I know. We getting some ads soon, and let's see if we can find. Okay, so let's see. Can you give me the top 5 most praised short stories for sci-fi, fantasy, mystery, horror, and experimental? Let's see here. How did I have an average of 7 viewers, man? Callie, because you're badass. How'd you not have an average of 70 viewers, Callie? That's my question. I'm like, man, people are undervaluing you. They're missing out. I feel bad for them, Callie. Like, we need to go out there and we need to tell them what they're missing and show them what they're missing. Why, Sayo? I'm not 100% on what that is, but I mean, let's go. I want a donut. I want my nose to stop being fucking itchy. Top 2 are by Asimov. The Last Question. Okay, this is the other one that I know of, but I've never actually read. Okay. I like the planet experiences eternal daylight until a rare eclipse reveals the stars, leading to societal collapse. That's fucking amazing. It's the end of the world! Oh my god! I fucking love that. Callie, do you have donuts, or are you just, like, fucked? Because you guys, you're not Canadian. You guys don't have Tim Hortons. But then again, I guess you guys have Dunkin' Donuts. What do you even call Timbits in America? Like, what are, like, you just call them mini donuts? Because, like, mini donuts. I have no donuts. Fuck, that sucks, Callie. Worst thing to crave is something that you don't have. It's like, fuck. We have, waffles. I mean, throw some cinnamon on each side of it? That's, I mean... Is that some 5-head move? Okay, so let's just take this and let's go here and let's go a new folder. Short stories. And this one is going to be story names. It can't just like frickin' wait, what? Why is it doing this? Okay, well, we're just gonna make a new draft. There we go. I know how I got 7 viewers. Mwahaha! Tactics, yo. Some streamers have a raid suggestion thing, or just ask who to raid after they stream. I just go, hey, wanna raid me or redeem the thing? That's what got me affiliate last time I streamed. Oh, nice, Callie. That's super smart. See, my thing is that I'm a lurker, Callie. That's my biggest weakness. I'm a lurker. I'm just not used to engaging in the chat. I just don't feel comfortable engaging in the chat. I think it's fucking cringe. I mean, if they're, like, openly, like, me, like, you know, oh, I don't give a shit, promote all of your shit all you want. I want other people to, you know, I want to be a place that people can come to in order to share their shit for other people. So other people can come here to see other people's shit. It's not just seeing my shit, it's seeing everyone else's shit, too, right? Okay, well, this did not work at all, because this thing does not know how to fucking... like, copy and paste properly. It kinda did here, but it's all over the place, so I don't even care about this. This can be, like, backup. We'll just bookmark this so we know where to get them from. But yeah, Callie, you wanna be my promoter? I'll pay you $10 a month to promote me, bro. Okay, so I guess what we should do here is what should we pick first, guys? What should we pick first? Sci-fi, fantasy, mystery, or horror or experimental? Should we just like roll a die? I'll start a thing on my channel, Patreon, email where I feature streamers and writers every week. Oh, that's a good idea, Callie. I like that. Hell yeah. I mean, I really want to read this one because I love this idea. Let's see if we can even fucking get it. This is more like it. This is what I want. Here we go. Okay, so this has lots of other stories in it, but this one's the first. This is Nightfall. Okay, this gives me hope, guys. I think that's all one story. I think it might end here, and this is the other one. But... okay. Okay, so this is about the author. Okay, well that's... I have no formal training at all to this day. I don't know how to write. I just write any old way it comes into my mind. Yo, Raymond Dow, what's up, bro? Write and just as fast as it comes into my mind. And that's the way I wrote Nightfall. Mr. Campbell never sends letters of acceptance. He sends checks instead, and very promptly. And that is an excellent way of handling the matter. So this is just talking about it. This is the story's 12,000 words long. $1,220. $150. Okay, so we're still going down. But how are you doing, Raymond Dow? We are looking at short stories now. It's going great. Except for some reason I can't find where the fuck it says Nightfall. Like, as the actual title. Okay, I gotta go back here and figure this out then. Where is Nightfall on here? The stars should appear one night. Okay, here we go. 10 Nightfall. Isn't this like weird fucked up lag? It's super annoying. I don't know where it's coming from. Hey, my computer is getting old, guys. The computer is getting old. Okay, where is it? Here it is. Okay, Nightfall. Here we go. Yeah, let's like delay when I hit enter or whatever. Okay, so this is Nightfall. So this is an insanely long story, guys. This is gonna be like a lock-in. Like, I'm actually super stoked for this, because I was worried, you know, like what are stories that are between, let's say, 10,000 and 25,000 words? Like, are those just longer short stories? And yes, they're just longer short stories. But do you have anything that you want us to read, Raymond? Do you have a new essay? I would love to read that before we begin this. And you hear were you here, Raymond, when we were talking about our new project that Sean gave us the idea for, Stoner Girl Evolution? Where we have come quite a long way, where we have like side characters for like we have like the main four characters. We have like side characters that are like associated with that. We have some kind of idea of the layouts of like how the nations work. I think, yeah, I got mid talking about it. Alright. Sounds good, brother. Said it sounded like a sick band name. That's right! That's right. Stoner Girl Evolution. Oh. My two favorite things about it are like the warring nation, the religious nation, and the technological nation, but like their leaders are best friends. And they have to like meet in secret and stuff, and if their people ever knew that they were like best friends, their people would like basically kill them. But just due to their like nation's ideology, they're at war. But it's kind of a proxy war in the fact of they say that battles happen and all of this stuff, but they like deploy their armies, but they don't really actually like really fight each other. It's like tiny little skirmishes that are almost like staged that happen, but it's like it's to make it so that the people are just like, yeah, we're at war with them, fuck them kind of idea. So they kind of stay on their own sides, one with magic, one with technology. And then the fact that the people are they made a bet. They basically made a bet in order to prove whether God exists, and they made a machine that combines technology and magic to draw consciousnesses from other realities. Hoping in order to grab onto the consciousness of a god and place it inside of a dead body. And they kind of wind up being successful with that, which is the main character. But it was like a bunch of coincidences and like fucked up things that all kind of coincided to allow the character to exist in this world. It's like they died the moment that they were being isekai'd, which caused them to be a corpse, which caused the goddess to get pulled into them, which caused them to basically be their own corpse. So they're in their original body, whereas no one else who's been isekai'd is in their original body. But it's all because of the magic power that they gained when they came into the world when they died, which was containment. But they don't know what that means, and you never really find out what that means until the end of the story when they have to fight the goddess. And it's kind of why the world is falling apart, because without the goddess, like magic is fading from the world in a way. Or something. I haven't decided exactly how I'm gonna do it, but I don't know if it wants to be like a magic is fading from the world, or like there's this, because magic works through religion, and that's the reason why they believe that there's a god, is because magic works through religion. And maybe like magic is now dampened now that the goddess is inside of like the main character. Or maybe it's like magic still works on a basic intuitional level, but it doesn't work on like a grand scale level. So it's like things up to like tier 4 work, but tier 5 and up no longer work. Some sort of split between what happened with magic. And this is again fueling the war, because they're like, well, did the technology fuck up magic in some way? You know? And then the technology people are like, see, your god is abandoning you and you're losing your powers, whereas, you know, the technological people are just getting stronger and stronger. But it's cooking up here. It's cooking up here. We've got like the plot for the first 5 episodes, which is the first episode is them dying being isekai'd. The second episode is them meeting the secondary character and them both realizing that they're isekai'd. The third one is them running away because they now know, because of that character, because of circumstances, they can't stay in like the main cities and stuff. And then that causes them to meet their final like the third character, which is another, like he's one of the main characters who's the native of the world. He's not someone who's isekai'd. But he kind of gets, I don't know how, but he gets roped into it. And now they're like, well, you've seen, like, the dead guy's face and stuff, and you've seen me do what I do, so it's like, yeah, we can't let you go. But they're like, hey, you know, I'm with you guys, man. Fuck this shit. And I don't know if this is because, like, there's the third nation, which is like the Amish nation, which doesn't have technology and doesn't have, like, magic through religion. They're just, like, plain old regular people. And that's where this character kind of starts off, is on the border between that nation and the technological nation, because it's kind of like, that's a coastal nation, the technological nation's in the middle, and the magical nation is on the side. Or maybe the magical nation's in the middle and the technological's on the side, and they use, like, the sea border and stuff like that. Have a super good night, everyone. Alright, Terrible Novelist, thanks for popping in. How's it going, buddy? Hope if you did stream, you had a great stream, and if you're about to stream, have a fucking great stream. Hell yeah. We're just doing some more idea exploring with Stoner Girl Evolution. Just had a long work day, so I'm going to sleep. Ah, I see. Yeah, I feel you, man. Alright, take care, good sir. Have a great sleep, sweet dreams, and wake up refreshed and feeling yourself. That's what it's all about. Spark your creativity in your sleep. Pretty sure I do most of my cooking of my ideas in my fucking dreams. I'm like 3 grinders away from the end of the bag. This shit is dry as fuck. And we got the amnesia coming up next. Strawberry amnesia. I'm not gonna remember fucking anything. Ever. But yeah. So this story is fucking long. So this might take us a fucking while to read. But it's gonna be a great fucking story. That's all I know. I am so ready. Okay, here we go. So this is Isaac Asimov's Nightfall. If the stars should appear one night in 1,000 years, how would men believe and adore and perceive for many generations the remembrance of the city of God? Emerson Atten, 77, director of Sorrow University, thrust out a belligerent lower lip and glared at the young newspaperman in the hot fury. Thurman, 762, took that fury in his stride. In his earlier days, when his now widened syndicated column was only a mad idea in a cub reporter's mind, he had specialized in impossible interviews. It had cost him bruises, black eyes, and broken bones, but had given him an ample supply of coolness and self-confidence. So he lowered the outthrust hand that had been so pointedly ignored and calmly waited for the aged director to get over the worst. Astronomers were queer ducks, anyway. And if Aton's actions of the last 2 months meant anything, this same Aton was the queer duckiest of the lot. Aton 77 found his voice. I'm watching Monty Python. I'm enjoying it, but it's giving me the same cringe as The Office. Yeah, it definitely has some of that in there, Callie. But it's purposeful. It's very purposeful, right? Yeah, and it's like, that was one of the reasons why it's like, I love Steve Carell and everything, but it was just like, I get secondhand embarrassed so fucking easy. Like, I can't stand that shit. Like, embarrassing scenes in movies are like my fucking kryptonite. I'm like, I can watch someone get basically torn in half. I can watch someone get, like... Well, that's actually probably the other one, is like raped or whatever, but you know, like, usually it's not done, not tactfully in, you know, shows, but like sex or like fucking or something like that, right? And it's like... It's so cringe. It's like, why even have this in here? It doesn't make any sense to the story. I believe he should be watching Holy Grail. The fuck happened? How did I scroll all the way down to the bottom? Okay, that was weird. That one is so good. Yeah. Atten77 found his voice, and though it trembled with restrained emotion, the careful, somewhat pedantic phraseology for which the famous astronomer was noted did not abandon him. Sir, he said, you displayed infernal gall in coming to me with an impudent proposition of yours. The husky telephotographer of the observatory, Beane-25, thrust a tongue's tip across dry lips and interposed nervously. Now, sir, after all... The director turned to him and lifted a white eyebrow. Do not interfere, Beane. I will credit you with good intentions in bringing this man here, but I will tolerate no insubordination now. I think tomorrow I'll send out the email, and Sunday I'll see if anyone from my list shows up. I know 3 people who might. I'll show up, Callie, 100%. So you got 1 guaranteed. Unless it's while I'm streaming. But if you're streaming on Sunday, then it would be like at the beginning of your stream. If you start at 6 and not 5 or 4, you know. So I was like looking and I'm like, did he start early? Did he start early? Did he start early? And then I got lost in Ben-Hur and then I looked and I was like, fuck, he's been live for 28 minutes. Thankfully, it was after the chariot scene, so I'd already seen the scene I wanted to see through the entire movie. And the rest of it is just the closing up and, you know, dealing with all the plot line closes and everything like that, all the main stuff that his whole purpose of doing everything, saving his mother and his sister. Theremin decided it was time to take apart. Director Atten. If you'll let me finish what I started saying, I think. I don't believe, young man, retorted Atten, that anything you could say now would count much as compared with your daily columns of these last 2 months. You have led a vast newspaper campaign against the efforts of myself and my colleagues to organize the world against the menace which it is now too late to avert. You've done your best with your highly personal attacks to make the staff of this observatory objects of ridicule. The director lifted a copy of the Sorrow City Chronicle from the table and shook it at Theramon furiously. Even a person of your well-known impudence should have hesitated before coming to me with a request that he be allowed to cover today's events for his paper. Of all newsmen, you... Atten dashed the newspaper to the floor, strode to the window, and clasped his arms behind his back. You may leave. He snapped over his shoulder. He stared moodily out at the skyline where Gamma, the brightest of the planet's 6 suns, was setting. It had already faded and yellowed into the horizon mists. Atten knew he would never see it again, as a sane man. He whirled. No, wait, come here. He gestured peremptorily. I have no idea. Man, these words are fucked, man. I'll give you your story. The newsman had made no motion to leave, and now he approached the old man slowly. Atten gestured outward. Of the 6 suns, only Beta is left in the sky. Do you see it? The question was rather unnecessary. Beta was almost at zenith, its ruddy light flooding the landscape to an unusual orange as the brilliant rays of setting Gamma died. Beta was at aphelion. It was small, smaller than Theramone had ever seen it before, and for the moment it was undisputed ruler of Lagash's sky. Lagash's own sun, Alpha, the one about which it revolved, was at the antipodes, as were the 2 distant companion pairs. The red dwarf Beta Alpha's immediate companion was alone, grimly alone. Atton's upturned face flushed redly in the sunlight. In just under 4 hours, he said, civilization as we know it comes to an end. It will do so because, as you see, Beta is the only sun in the sky. He smiled grimly. Print that. There'll be no one to read it. But if it turns out that 4 hours pass and another 4 and nothing happens, asked Theramon softly, don't let that worry you. Enough will happen. Granted. And still, if nothing happens... For a second time, Bine, 25, spoke. Sir, I think you ought to listen to him, Theramon said. Put it to a vote, Director Atton. There was a stir among the remaining 5 members of the 12 observatory staff, who till now had maintained an attitude of wary neutrality. That, stated Atton flatly, is not necessary. He drew out his pocket watch. Since your good friend Bine insists so urgently, I will give you 5 minutes. Talk away. Good. Now, just what difference would it make if you allowed me to take down an eyewitness account of what's to come? I'm gonna grab a drink. I will be right back. Alright. So far, I'm thoroughly enjoying this, and I'm interested where it's going to go. But that's my thing with, like, sci-fi, right? Is, like, I'm huge into sci-fi, so, like, this kind of stuff just, even though it's, like, I don't even know if you could classify it as sci-fi. It's more like, you know, fall of civilization. I mean, just because it's on a separate planet, I guess, you know, a planet with 6 suns. But nowadays, we'd call that isekai. If your prediction comes true, my presence won't hurt, for in that case my column would never be written. On the other hand, if nothing comes of it, you will just have to expect ridicule or worse. It would be wise to leave that ridicule to friendly hands. Sorted. You mean yours when you speak of friendly hands? Certainly. Theremin sat down and crossed his legs. My columns may have been a little rough, but I gave you people the benefit of the doubt every time. After all, this is not the century to preach. The end of the world is at hand. To Lagash. You have to understand that people don't believe the Book of Revelations anymore, and it annoys them to have scientists turn about face and tell us the cultists are right after all. No such thing, young man, interrupted Atten. While a great deal of our data has been supplied us by the cult, our results contain none of the cult's mysticism. Facts are facts, and the cult's so-called mythology has certain facts behind it. We've exposed them and ripped away their mystery. I assure you that the cult hates us now worse than you do. I don't hate you. I'm just trying to tell you that the public is in an ugly humor. They're angry. Atten twisted his mouth in derision. Let them be angry. Yes, but what about tomorrow? There'll be no tomorrow. But if there is, say that there is. Just to see what happens. That anger might take shape into something serious. After all, you know business has taken a nosedive these last 2 months. Investors don't really believe the world is coming to an end, but just the same, they're being cagey with their money until it's all over. Johnny Public doesn't believe you, either. But the new spring furniture might just as well wait a few months, just to make sure. You see the point? Just as soon as this is all over, the business interests will be after your hide. They'll say that if crackpots begging your pardon can upset the country's prosperity anytime they want, simply by making some cock 13-eyed prediction, it's up to the planet to prevent them. Sparks will fly, sir, the director regarded the columnist sternly. And just what were you proposing to do to help the situation? Well, Theremin grinned, I was proposing to take charge of the publicity. I can handle things so that only the ridiculous side will show. It would be hard to stand, I admit, because I'd have to make you all out to be a bunch of gibbering idiots, but if I can get people laughing at you, they might forget to be angry. In return for that, all my publisher asks is an exclusive story. Binet nodded and burst out, Sir, the rest of us think he's right. These last 2 months we've considered everything but the 1,000,000 to 1 chance that there is an error somewhere in our theory or in our calculations. We ought to take care of that, too. There was a murmur of agreement from the men grouped around the table, and Anton's expression became that of one who found his mouth full of something bitter and couldn't get rid of it. You may stay if you wish, then. You will likely refrain, however, from hampering us in our duties in any other way. You will kindly refrain, however, from hampering us in our duties in any other way. You will also remember that I am in charge of all activities here, and in spite of your opinions as expressed in your columns, I will expect full cooperation and full respect. His hands were behind his back, and his wrinkled face thrust forward determinately as he spoke. He might have continued indefinitely, but for the intrusion of a new voice. "Hello, hello, hello!" It came in a high tenor, and the plump cheeks of the newcomer expanded in a pleased smile. "What's this morgue-like atmosphere about here? No one's losing his nerve, I hope?" Atten stared in concentration and said peevishly, "Now, what the devil are you doing here, Sheeran? I thought you were going to stay behind in the hideout." Sheeran laughed and dropped his stubby figure into a chair. "Hideout be blowed. Place bored me. I want to be here, where things are getting hot. Don't you suppose I have my share of curiosity? I want to see these stars the cultists are forever speaking about." He rubbed his hands and added in a sober tone, "It's freezing outside. The wind's enough to hang icicles on your nose. Beta doesn't seem to give any heat at all at the distance it is." The white-haired director ground his teeth in sudden exasperation. "Why do you go out of your way to do crazy things, Sheeran? What kind of good are you around here?" Oh, I'm like, why are there fucking random numbers in here? Now I know why. I'm retarded. I thought it was kind of part of the story, but it's the number of pages, and it's just for some fucking reason literally in between words. Copy paste is fucked sometimes. "Why do you go out of your way to do crazy things, Sheeran? What kind of good are you around here? What kind of good have I around here?" Sheeran spread his palms in comical resignation. "Psychologist isn't worth his salt in the hideout. They need men of action and strong, healthy women that can breed children. Me, I'm 100 pounds too heavy for a man of action, and I wouldn't be a success at breeding children. So why bother them with any extra mouth to feed? I feel better over here." Theremin spoke briskly. "Just what is the hideout, sir?" Sheeran seemed to see the columnist for the first time. He frowned and blew his ample cheeks out. "And just who in Laggish are you, redhead?" Atten compressed his lips, and then muttered sullenly, "That's Theramon 762, the newspaper fella. I suppose you've heard of him." The columnist offered his hand. "And, of course, you're Sheeran 501 of Sorrow University. I've heard of you." Then he repeated, "What is this hideout, sir?" "Well," said Sheeran, "we have managed to convince a few people of the validity of our prophecy of her doom. To be spectacular about it, and those few have taken proper measures. They consist mainly of the immediate members and the families of the observatory staff, certain of the faculty of Sorrow University, and a few outsiders. Although they number about 300, but 3/4 are women and children. I see they're supposed to hide where the darkness and the stars can't get them, and then hold out when the rest of the world goes poof. If they can, it won't be easy with all mankind insane. With the great cities going up in flames, environment will not be conducive to survival, but they have food, water, shelter, and weapons." "They've got more," said Aton. "They've got all our records, except for what we will collect today. Those records will mean everything to the next cycle, and that's what must survive. The rest can go hang." Theremin uttered a long, low whistle and sat brooding for several minutes. The man about the table had brought out a multi-chess board and started a 6-member game. Moves were made rapidly and in silence, all eyes bent in furious concentration at the board. Theremin watched them intently and then rose and approached Atten. who sat apart in whispered conversation with Sheeran. "Listen," he said. "Let's go somewhere where we won't bother the rest of the fellows. I want to ask some questions." The aged astronomer frowned sourly at him, but Sheeran chirped up. "Certainly. It will do me good to talk. It always does. Atten was telling me your ideas concerning world reaction to a failure of the prediction. I agree with you. I read your column pretty regularly, by the way, and as a general thing, I like your views." "Please," Sheeran growled. Atten. "Eh? Oh, alright. Well, I'll go into the next room. It has softer chairs anyway." There were softer chairs in the next room. There were also thick red curtains in the windows and a maroon carpet on the floor with a bricky light of beta pouring in. The general effect was one of dried blood. Ugh. Thurman shuddered. "Say, I'd give 10 credits for a decent dose of white light for just a second. I wish Gamma or Delta were in the sky." "What are your questions?" asked Atten. "Please remember that our time is limited. In a little over an hour and a quarter, we're going upstairs, and after that will be no time for talk." "Well, here it is." Thurman leaned back and folded his hands on his chest. "You people seem so all-fired serious about this that I'm beginning to believe you. Would you mind explaining what it's all about?" Atten exploded. "Do you mean to sit there and tell me that you've been bombarding us with ridicule without even finding out what we've been trying to say?" Columnist grinned sheepishly. "It's not that bad, sir. I've got the general idea. You say there's going to be a worldwide darkness in a few hours, and that all mankind will go violently insane. What I want now is the science behind it." "No, you don't. No, you don't," broke in Sharon. "If you ask Atten for that, supposing him to be in the mood to answer at all, he'll trot out pages of figures and volumes of graphs. You won't make head or tail of it. Now, if you were to ask me, I could give you the layman's standpoint." "Alright, I ask you. Then first, I'd like a drink." He rubbed his hands and looked at Atten. "Water?" grunted Atten. "Don't be silly." "Don't you be silly. No alcohol today. It would be too easy to get my men drunk. I can't afford to tempt them." The psychologist grumbled wordlessly, turned to Theremin, impaled him with his sharp eyes, and began. "You realize, of course, that the history of civilization on Lagash displays a cyclic character. But, I mean, cyclic." "I know," replied Theron cautiously. That is the current archaeological theory." "Has it been accepted as a fact?" "Just about. In this last century, it's been generally agreed upon. The cyclic character is, or rather was, one of the great mysteries. We've located series of civilizations, 9 of them definitely, and indications of others as well, all of which have reached heights comparable to our own, and all of which, without exception, were destroyed by fire at the very height of their culture. And no one could tell why. All centers of culture were thoroughly gutted by fire, with nothing left behind to give a hint as to the cause." Theremin was following closely. "Wasn't there a Stone Age, too?" "Probably, but as yet practically nothing is known of it, except that men of that age were little more than rather intelligent apes." "We can forget about that." "I see. Go on." "There have been explanations of these recurrent catastrophes, all of a more or less frantic nature. Some say that there are periodic rains of fire. Some say Lagash passes through a sun every so often. Some even wilder things. But there is one theory, quite different from all of these, that has been handed down over a period of centuries." "I know. You mean this myth of the stars that the cultists have in their Book of Revelations?" "Exactly," rejoined Sheeran with satisfaction. The cultists said that every 2,050 years, Lagash entered a huge cave, so that all the suns disappeared, and there came total darkness all over the world. And then, they say, things called stars appeared, which robbed men of their souls and left them unreasoning brutes, so that they destroyed the civilization they themselves had built up. Of course, they mix all this up with a lot of religio-mystic notions, but that's the central idea. There was a short pause in which Sheeran drew a long breath. And now we come to the theory of universal gravitation. He pronounced the phrase so that the capital letters sounded, and at that point, Atten turned from the window, snorted loudly, and stalked out of the room. The two stared after him, and Theramund said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing in particular," replied Sheeran. "Two of the men were due several hours ago and haven't shown up yet. He's terrifically short-handed, of course, because all but the really essential men have gone to the hideout. You don't think the two deserted, do you?" "Who? Faro and Yamat?" "Of course not. Still, if they're not back within the hour, things would be a little sticky." He got to his feet suddenly, and his eyes twinkled. "Anyway, as long as Atten is gone..." Tiptoeing to the nearest window, he squatted, and from the low window box beneath withdrew a bottle of red liquor that gurgled suggestively when he shook it. "Thought Atten didn't know about this," he remarked as he trotted back to the table. "Here, we've only got one glass, so, as the guest, you can have it. I'll keep the bottle." And he filled the tiny cup with judicious care. Theramund rose to protest, but Sheeran eyed him sternly. "Respect your elders, young man." The newsman seated himself with a look of anguish on his face. "Go ahead, then, you old villain." Psychologist Adam's apple wobbled as the bottle upended, and then, with a satisfied grunt and a smack of the lips, he began again. "What do you know about gravitation?" "Nothing, except that it is a very recent development, not too well established, and the math is so hard that only 12 men in Lagash are supposed to understand it." "Shh, nonsense." "Baloney! I can give you all the essential math in a sentence. The law of universal gravitation states that there exists a cohesive force among all bodies of the universe, such that the amount of this force between any two given bodies is proportional to the product of their masses divided by the square of the distance between them. Is that all? That's enough. It took 400 years to develop it." "Why that long?" "Sounded simple enough, the way you said it." "Because great laws are not divined by flashes of inspiration, whatever you may think. It usually takes the combined work of a world full of scientists over a period of centuries. After Genovi 41 discovered that Lagash rotated about the sun Alpha rather than vice versa, and that was 400 years ago, astronomers have been working. Complex motions of the 6 suns were recorded and analyzed and unwoven. Theory after theory was advanced and checked and counter-checked and modified and abandoned and revived and countered to something else and converted to something else. It was a devil of a job." Theramund nodded thoughtfully and held out his glass for more liquor. Sheeran grudgingly allowed a few ruby drops to leave the bottle. "It was 20 years ago," he continued, after remoistening his own throat, "that it was finally demonstrated that the law of universal gravitation accounted exactly for the orbital motions of the 6 suns. It was a great triumph." Sheeran stood up and walked to the window, still clutching his bottle. "And now we're getting to the point. In the last decade, the motions of Lagash about Alpha were computed according to gravity, and it did not account for the orbit observed, not even when all perturbations due to the other suns were included. Either the law was invalid or there was another, as yet unknown factor involved." Theramund joined Sheeran at the window and gazed out past the wooden slopes to where the spires of Sorrow City gleamed bloodily on the horizon. The newsman felt the tension of uncertainty grow within him as he cast a short glance at Beta. It glowered readily at Zenith, dwarfed and evil. Go ahead, sir, he said softly. Sheeran replied, astronomers stumbled about for years, each proposed theory more untenable than the one before, until Aten had the inspiration of calling in the cult. The head of the cult, Sor 5, had access to certain data that simplified the problems considerably. Aten set to work on a new track. What if there were another non-luminous planetary body such as Lagash? If there were, it would shine only by reflected light, and if it were composed of bluish rock, as Lagash itself largely is, then in the redness of the sky, the eternal blaze of the suns would make it invisible. Drown it out completely. Theremin whistled. What a screwy idea. You think that's screwy? Listen to this. Suppose this body rotated about Lagash at such a distance and in such an orbit and had such a mass that its attraction would exactly account for the deviations of Lagash's orbit from theory. Do you know what would happen? The columnist shook his head. Well, sometimes his body would get in the way of a sun. And Sheeran emptied what remained of the bottle in a draught. And it does, I suppose, said Theremin flatly. Yes, but only one sun lies in its plane of revolution. He jerked a thumb at the shrunken sun above, Beta. And it has been shown that the eclipse will occur only when the arrangement of the suns is such that Beta is alone in its hemisphere and at maximum distance, at which time the moon is invariably at minimum distance. The eclipse that results, with the moon 7 times the apparent diameter of Beta, covers all of Lagash, and lasts well over half a day, so that no spot on the planet escapes the effects. That eclipse comes once every 2,049 years. Theremin's face was drawn into an expressionless mask. And that's my story, the psychologist nodded. That's all of it. First the eclipse, which will start in 3/4 of an hour, then universal darkness, and maybe these mysterious stars, then madness, and the end of the cycle, he brooded. We had 2 months leeway, we at the observatory, and that wasn't enough time to persuade Lagash of the danger. 2 centuries might not have been enough, but our records are at the hideout. And today we photograph the eclipse. The next cycle will start off with the truth. And when the next eclipse comes, mankind will at least be ready for it. Come to think of it, that's part of your story, too. A thin wind ruffled the curtains of the window as Theremin opened it and leaned out. It played coldly with his hair as he stared at the crimson sunlight on his hand. Then he turned in sudden rebellion. What is there in darkness to drive me mad? Sheeran smiled to himself as he spun an empty liquor bottle with abstracted motions of his hand. Have you ever experienced darkness, young man? The newsman leaned against the wall and considered. No, can't say I have, but I know what it is. Just, he made vague motions with his fingers and then brightened. Just no light, like in caves. Ever been in a cave? In a cave? Of course not. I thought not. I tried last week, just to see. But I got out in a hurry. I went in until the mouth of the cave was just visible as a blur of light, with black everywhere else. I never thought a person my weight could run that fast. Theremin's lip curled. Well, if it comes to that, I guess I wouldn't have run if I had been there. Psychologist studied the young man with an annoyed frown. My, don't you talk big. I dare you to draw the curtain. Theremin looked his surprise and said, What for? If we had 4 or 5 suns out there, we might want to cut the light down a bit for comfort. But now, we haven't enough light as it is. That's the point. Just draw the curtain. Then come here and sit down. Alright. Theremin reached for the tasseled string and jerked. The red curtain slid across the wide window, the brass rings hissing their way along the crossbar, and a dusk-red shadow clamped down on the room. Theremin's footsteps sounded hollowly in the silence as he made his way to the table. Then they stopped halfway. "I can't see you, sir," he whispered. "Feel your way," ordered Sheeran in a strained voice. "But I can't see you, sir." The newsman was breathing harshly. "I can't see anything." "What did you expect?" came the grim reply. "Come here and sit down." Footsteps sounded again, waveringly, approaching slowly. There was the sound of someone fumbling with a chair. Theremin's voice came thinly. "Here I am. I feel, all right." "You look it, do you?" "No, it's pretty awful. The walls seem to be..." He paused. "They seem to be closing in on me. Keep wanting to push them away, but I'm not going mad. In fact, feeling isn't as bad as it was." Whoa. Imagining a world of entire light falling into darkness, and the specks appearing in the skies. But I just love the way that he's, like, describing everything in its, like, simplicity, right? It's like, well, this would just count for that because of this, because that does that, and then it does this, right? And that equals that, so don't worry about it. And this is like really great dialogue training too, because this is basically just conversation, right? Jesus. Shit's bullshit. Alright, draw the curtain back again. There were cautious footsteps through the dark, the rustle of Theremin's body against the curtain as he felt for the tassel, and then the triumphant whoosh of the curtain slithering back. Red light flooded the room, and with a cry of joy, Theremin looked up at the sun. Sheeran wiped the moistness off his forehead with the back of his hand and said shakily, "And that was just a dark room." "It can be stood," said Theremin lightly. "Yes, a dark room can. But were you at the Jonglor Centennial Exposition 2 years ago?" "No. So it happens I never got around to it. 6,000 miles was just a bit too much to travel. Even for the exposition. Well, I was there. You remember hearing about the Tunnel of Mystery that broke all records in the amusement area for the first month or so, anyway?" "Yes, wasn't there some fuss about it?" "Very little. It was hushed up. You see, that Tunnel of Mystery was just a mile-long tunnel with no lights. You got into a little open car and jolted along through darkness for 15 minutes. It's very popular while it lasted." "Popular?" "Certainly. There's a fascination in being frightened when it's part of a game. A baby is born with 3 instinctive fears of loud noises, of falling, and the absence of light. That's why it's considered so funny to jump at someone and shout boo. That's why it's such a fun to ride a roller coaster, and that's why that tunnel of mystery started cleaning up. People came out of that darkness shaking, breathless, half dead with fear, but they kept on paying to get in. Wait a while. I remember now. Some people came out dead, didn't they? There were rumors of that after it shut down. Psychologist ordered, bah, 2 or 3 died. Oh. That was nothing. They paid off the families of the dead ones and argued the Jongleur City Councilor into forgetting it. After all, they said, if people with weak hearts want to go through the tunnel, it was at their own risk, and besides, it wouldn't happen again, so they put a doctor in front office and had every customer go through a physical examination before getting into the car. That actually boosted ticket sales. Well then. But you see, there was something else. People sometimes came out in perfect order, except that they refused to go into buildings, any buildings, including palaces, mansions, apartment houses, tenements, cottages, huts, shacks, lean toss, and tents. Theronmore looked shocked. You mean they refused to come in out of the open? Where they'd sleep? In the open? They should have forced them inside. Oh, they did. Whereupon these people went into violent hysterics and did their best to bat their brains out against the nearest wall. Once you get them inside, you couldn't keep them there without a straitjacket or a heavy dose of tranquilizer. They must have been crazy, which is exactly what they were. 1 person out of every 10 who went into that tunnel came out that way. They called in the psychologists, and we did the only thing possible. We closed down the exhibit. He spread his hands. What was the matter with these people? Asked Theremin finally. Essentially the same thing that was the matter with you when you thought the walls of the room were crushing in on you in the dark. There's a psychological term for mankind's instinctive fear of the absence of light. We call it claustrophobia. Because the lack of light is always tied up with enclosed places. So that fear of one is fear of the other. You see? And those people of the tunnel consisted of those unfortunates whose mentality did not quite possess the resiliency to overcome the claustrophobia that overtook them in the darkness. 15 minutes without light is a long time. You only had 2 or 3 minutes, and I believe you were fairly upset. People in the tunnel had what is called a claustrophobic fixation. Their latent fear of darkness was enclosed places and crystallized and become active, and as far as we could tell, permanent. That's what 15 minutes in the dark will do. There was a long silence, and Theremin's forehead wrinkled slowly into a frown. I don't believe it's that bad. You mean you don't want to believe, snapped Sheeran. You're afraid to believe. Look out the window. Theremin did, and the psychologist continued without pausing. Imagine darkness everywhere, no light as far as you can see. The houses, the trees, the fields, the earth, the sky black, and stars thrown in. For all I know, whatever they are. Can you conceive it? Yes, I can, declared Theron, truculently. And Sheeran slammed his fist down upon the table in sudden passion. You lie! You can't conceive that. Your brain wasn't built for the conception any more than it was built for the conception of infinity, or of eternity. You can only talk about it. A fraction of the reality upsets you. And when the real thing comes, your brain is going to be pressed with the phenomenon outside its limits of comprehension. You will go mad, completely and permanently. There's no question of it, he added sadly. And another couple of millennia of painful struggle comes to nothing. Tomorrow there won't be a city standing unharmed in all Lagash. Theremin recovered part of his mental equilibrium. That doesn't follow. I still don't see that I could go loony just because there isn't a sun in the sky. But even if I did, and everyone else did, how does that harm the cities? Are we going to blow them up? But Sheeran was angry too. If you were in darkness, what would you want more than anything else? Fire. What would it be that every instinct would call for? Light. Damn you, light. Well, and how would you get light? I don't know, said Theremin flatly. It's the only way to get light short of a sun. How should I know? They were standing face to face and nose to nose. Sheeran said, You burn something, mister. Ever see a forest fire? Ever go camping and cook a stew over a wood fire? Heat isn't the only thing burning wood gives off, you know. Gives off light, and people know that. And when it's dark, they want light, and they're going to get it. So they burn wood, so they burn whatever they can get. They've got to have light. They've got to burn something, and wood isn't handsy, so they'll burn whatever. They'll burn whatever is nearest. They'll have their light, and every center of habitation goes up in flames. Eyes held each other as though the whole matter were a personal affair of respective willpowers. And then Theremin broke away wordlessly. His breathing was harsh and ragged, and he scarcely noted the sudden hubbub that came from the adjoining room between the closed doors. Oh boy, oh boy. Take my nose and just pop it off, shake it out, spray it out, fucking stick it back on. Holy fuck. Sheeran spoke, and it was with an effort that made it sound matter of fact. I think I heard Yimut's voice. He and Faro are probably back. Let's go in and see what kept them. Might as well, muttered Theremin. He drew a long breath and seemed to shake himself. The tension was broken. The room was in an uproar, with members of the staff clustering about two young men who were removing outer garments even as they parried the miscellany of questions being thrown at them. Atten bustled through the crowd and faced the newcomers angrily. Do you realize that it's less than half an hour before deadline? Where have you two been? Faro 24, seated himself and rubbed his hands. His cheeks were red with the outdoor chill. Yimut and I have just finished carrying through a little crazy experiment of our own. Been trying to see if we couldn't construct an arrangement by which we could simulate the appearance of darkness and stars so as to get an advanced notion of how it looked. There was confusion and murmur from the listeners, and a sudden look of interest entered Anton's eyes. There wasn't anything said of this before. How did you go about it? Well, said Faro, the idea came to Yimut and myself long ago, and we've been working it out in our own spare time. Yimut knew of a low, one-story house down in the city with a domed roof. It had once been used as a museum, I think. Anyway, we brought it. Where did you get the money? Interrupted Atten prematurely. Our bank accounts, grunted Yimut 70. It cost 2,000 credits. Then defensively, well, what of it? Tomorrow, 2,000 credits will be 2,000 pieces of paper, that's all. Sure, agreed Faro. We bought the place and rigged it up with black velvet from top to bottom so as to get as perfect a darkness as possible. Then we punched tiny holes in the ceiling and through the roof and covered them with little metal caps, all of which could be shoved aside simultaneously at the close of a slit, which, at least we didn't do that part ourselves. We got a carpenter and an electrician and some people, some others. Money didn't count. Point was that we could get the light to shine through those holes in the roof. so that we could get a star-like effect. Not a breath was drawn during the pause that followed. Atten said stiffly. You had no right to make a private, Pharaoh seemed abashed. I know, sir, but frankly, Emmett and I thought the experiment was a little dangerous. The effect really worked. We half expected to go mad. From what Sheeran says about all this, we thought that would be rather likely. We wanted to take the risk ourselves. Of course, if we found we could retain sanity, it occurred to us that we might develop immunity to the real thing, and then expose the rest of you the same way. But things didn't work out at all. Why? What happened? It was Yemit who answered. We shut ourselves in 25 allowed our eyes to get accustomed to the dark. It's an extremely creepy feeling because the total darkness makes you feel as if the walls and ceiling are crushing in on you. But we got over it and pulled the switch. The caps fell away and the roof glittered all over with little dots of light. Well, nothing. That was the wacky part of it. Nothing happened. It's just a roof with holes in it. And it's just what it looked like. We tried it over and over again. That's what kept us so late, but there just isn't any effect at all. There followed a shocked silence, and all eyes turned to Sheeran, who sat motionless, mouth open. Theremin was the first to speak. You know what this does to this whole theory you've built up, Sheeran, don't you? He was grinning with relief, but Sheeran raised his head. Now wait a while. Just let me think this through. And then he snapped his fingers, and when he lifted his head, there was neither surprise nor uncertainty in his eyes. Of course! He never finished. From somewhere up above, there sounded a sharp clang, and Binet started to his feet, dashed up the stairs with a "What the devil?" The rest followed after. Things happened quickly. Once up in the dome, Binet cast one horrified glance at the shattered photographic plates, and at the man bending over them, and then hurled himself fiercely at the intruder, getting a death grip on his throat. There was a wild threshing, and as others of the staff joined in, the stranger was swallowed up and smothered under the weight of half a dozen angry men. Atten came up last, breathing heavily. Let him up! There was a reluctant unscrambling, and the stranger, panting harshly with his clothes torn and his forehead bruised, was hauled to his feet. He had a short yellow beard curled elaborately in the style affected by the cultists. Binet shifted his hold on the collar grip and shook his man savagely. All right, rat, what's the deal? These plates, I wasn't after them, retorted the cultist coldly. That was an accident. Binet followed his glowering stare and snarled. I see. You were after the cameras themselves. The accident with the plates was a stroke of luck for you. For you, then. If you had touched Snapping Bertha or any of the others, you would have died by slow torture. As it is, he drew his fist back. Atten grabbed his sleeve. Stop that. Let him go. The young technician wavered, and his arm dropped reluctantly. Atten pushed him aside and confronted the cultist. You're Latimer, aren't you? The cultist bowed stiffly and indicated the symbol upon his hip. I am Latimer 25, adjudicant of the third class of his Serenity Soar 5. And Atten's white eyebrows lifted. You were with his Serenity when he visited me last week, weren't you, Latimer? Latimer bowed a second time. Now then, what do you want? Nothing that you would give me out of your own free will. Soar 5 sent you, I suppose, or is this your own idea? I won't answer that question. Will there be any further visitors? Chronicles and Tales. I feel like this live is Republican. Proof of that, I'm banned from all others except this one. Chronicles and Tales, welcome, welcome. That's fucking hilarious. I love it, bro. Oh, what a state of the world we live in, isn't it? Absolutely fucking ridiculous. But how are you, good sir? Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you a purveyor of words? And do you enjoy engagement, brainstorming, and ideas? So that's what we do here. Right now, we are doing research on short stories and length discrepancies. and we are reading Isaac Asimov's Nightfall. Because we... kind of have an issue at the moment with length. I can be funny, but I'm really left-wing, and surprisingly, people who don't know me are so paranoid that they project several strange holograms into my speech, which, by the way, is kind of archaic. That's okay. A lot of people come in here because of mostly the times that I stream. Like, I've changed my stream schedule around because I'm kind of on vacation right now. But normally I start way into the night, so most people are like... like English is usually their second or third language, so no worries in that, bro. Always appreciate anyone popping in, hanging out, and just enjoying a good time, right? We do enjoy talking politics here, though. We have many ideas, but we are very much a, you know, agree to disagree, right? And you have to look past the person to the idea. Sometimes I feel like ending freedom of expression just for a passionate reason. Well, it's a standard of absolutism that we need to get rid of. That's my opinion. I think there is this idea that absolutism is the way to go, but everything has nuance, and you just can't take that away and say no, it's this, without having the world be the way the fucking world is. But such is what is, and there's not much we can do. We can try, but, like, you know, we have democratic purpose. It's kind of one of the big things, right? At least in the first world, 90% of the time, you have a democratic, like, recourse. A legal recourse. A non-violent recourse. But then again, to some people, you know, banning people in chats and is violence. So, you know, there's extremism for, like, the definition of things on all sides, because we're only human, right? I asked a guy if he was going to turn on his webcam, and if his VTuber anime was similar to the image he projected. He was a little offended because maybe he's chubby. That was basically my beef. I mean, but I asked on purpose because I knew he was chubby. Well, this would be my response to that, Chronicles, would be like, if he's conscious of his weight, why doesn't he do something about it? So it's like, if you're using a VTuber model because you're conscious about what you look like, and it's not, like, just a physical look, it's just, like, a weight issue, shouldn't you work on that? You know? Like, that because that's clearly, like, you know that you're too fat. But then there's, like, the in-between, right? There's, like, you gotta be, like, the queso fat. Like, you gotta be big guy. Not even, like, fat, but, like, a big guy. Okay, if we're going to be truthful, let's be 100% real, right? Or if you sell lies full of candy to children, is it fair just because they're full of glitter? I mean, the unfortunate thing is, Chronicle, we do, like, as society in general, we do sell lies of candy to children. But it's not fair. And we've created this cultural ritual around growing up, and things like pointing out that you're growing up is finding out that Santa Claus isn't real, finding out that the Easter Bunny isn't real, finding out that, you know, in some cases God isn't real, but, you know, that's a whole other story. You know, I believe God is a consciousness, Because fundamentally that's what God has to be, is just consciousness. So I think we all come from that consciousness. And it's just being projected into our physical bodies like a signal is being projected to your TV. And you can't take the entirety of the signal, you can only take the small bit that your brain will allow. That's my view of real life. My point is not the weight, it's the weight of what you're selling. Well, that's what I'm saying too, Chronicles, is like, it's the you're doing this out of a purpose, and you know the purpose that you're doing it out of, and you're uncomfortable with that purpose, and you have measure and means to change that purpose, yet you do nothing. For example, I'm vegan. I've never hurt anyone, but I was treated like a bigot just because I had a little party on an open wound. I don't know what you mean by I had a little party on an open wound. I mean, my thing is, like, I can understand why someone who's vegan would get mad at someone who eats meat, but I don't understand why someone who eats meat would get mad at someone who's vegan. I'm like, more steak for me! Doesn't that mean the prices are gonna go down? Mess with someone else's scar. Oh, like you were fucking with someone, like bantering, and you went like, you fucked with something, let's say you shouldn't necessarily have with someone, and then they never got over it? I mean, it's an interesting idea. Right? Like, where do you go from there after that, right? Who at the end of the day is the bigot? If you're the one who's if the other person's the one who's, like, leaves over it. No, because I'm not a sadist. Well, I mean, it was something the person was, ain't recovery. Yeah, it's like something that's like a tender thing, right? Okay, I feel I have some good ideas and I keep getting distracted from the movie. Callie! No! You must be able to recite every single line of every single Monty Python skit. And I want you to tell me which 5 are your favorite and why they're your favorite. I also want me to tell you why there's your 5 worst ones and why you didn't like them. That's your homework, Callie. Just don't ask me that question. But I haven't watched The Holy Grail in, like, what, 15, 20 years? Like, fuck. Since I was, like, 15? Sore 5 sent you, I suppose. Or, oh, we already read that. Now, man, what does your master want of me? And glass and timepiece and scowl. Now, man, what is it your master wants of me? I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. Latimer smiled faintly, but said nothing. I asked him, continued Grad angrily, for data only the cult could supply, and it was given to me. For that, thank you. In return, I promised to prove the essential truth of the creed to the cult. There was no need to prove that, came the proud retort. It stands proven by the Book of Revelations. For the handful of that constitute the cult, yes, don't pretend to mistake my meaning. I offered a present scientific backing of your beliefs. And I did. The cultist's eyes narrowed bitterly. Yes, you did, with a fox's subtlety. For your pretended explanation backed our beliefs, and at the time removed all necessity for them. You made of the darkness and of the stars a natural phenomenon and removed all its real significance. That was blasphemy. So the fault isn't mine, the facts exist. What can I do but state them? Your facts are a fraud and a delusion, Atten stammered. stamped angrily. How do you know? And the answer came with a certainty of absolute faith. I know. The director purpled, and Binet whispered urgently. Atten waved him silently. And what does SOR 5 want us to do? He still thinks, I suppose, that in trying to warn the world to take measures against the menace of madness, we are placing innumerable souls in jeopardy. We aren't succeeding, if that means anything to him. The attempt itself has done harm enough, and your vicious effort to gain information by means of your devilish instruments must be stopped. We obey the will of the stars, and I only regret that my clumsiness prevented me from wrecking your infernal devices. It wouldn't have done you too much good, returned Atten. All our data, except for the direct evidence we intend collecting right now, is already safely cached and well beyond possibility of harm. He smiled grimly. But that does not affect your present status as an attempted burglar and criminal. Turned to the men behind him. Someone call the police at Sato City. There's a cry of distaste from Shireen. Damn it, Atten. What's wrong with you? There's no time for that. Here, he bustled his way forward. Let me handle this. Atten stared down his nose at the psychiatrist. This is not the time for your monkey shines, Shirin. Will you please let me handle this on my own way? Right now, you are a complete outsider here. We're at it again, we're back at it again, don't worry, we're back at it again. Well, it's again we go, we're back at it again we need to go. Where we go, when we go, need what you want, ads got your back, bro. They're coming for you, they know what you want, they know what you're after, they know what you're about, and they know what can get you. If they got you, it's over, so get your ads. Just fall in line, man, that's all you gotta do. Just watch away those ads, and they'll wash away your dreams. Next thing you know, you'll be lost and soulless with a bunch of shit around you because you watched ads. Remember, you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Alright. And don't forget it. Shireen's mouth twisted eloquently. Now why should we go to the impossible trouble of calling the police with Beta's eclipse a matter of minutes from now, when this young man here is perfectly willing to pledge his word of honor to remain and cause no trouble whatsoever? Cultist answered promptly. I'll do no such thing. You're free to do what you want, but it's only fair to warn you that just as soon as I get my chance, I'm going to finish what I came here to do. If it's my word of honor you're relying on, you'd better call the police. Shireen smiled in a friendly fashion. You're a determined cuss, aren't you? Well, I'll explain something. Do you see that young man in the window? He's a strong, husky fellow, quite handy with his fists. He's an outsider, besides. Once the eclipse starts, there'll be nothing for him to do except keep an eye on you. Besides him, there'll be myself, a little too stout for active fisticuffs, but still able to help. Well, what of it? Demanded Latimer frozenly. Listen, and I'll tell you, was the reply. Just as soon as the eclipse starts, we're going to take you, Theremin and I, and deposit you in a little closet with one door, to which is attached one giant lock and no windows. You will remain there for the duration, and afterward, breathed Latimer fiercely, there'll be no one to let me out. I know as well as you do what the coming of the stars means. I know it far better than you. With all your minds gone, you are not likely to free me. Suffocation or slow starvation, is it? About what I might have expected from a group of scientists. But I don't give my word. It's a matter of principle, and I won't discuss it further. Atten seemed perturbed. His faded eyes were troubled. Really? Sheeran? Locking him? Please. Sheeran motioned him impatiently to silence. I don't think for a moment things will go that far. Latimer has just tried a clever little bluff. But I'm not a psychologist, just because I like the sound of the word. He grinned at the cultist. Come now, you don't really think I'm trying anything as crude as slow starvation, my dear Latimer. If I lock you in the closet, you're not going to see the darkness, and you are not going to see the stars. It does not take much knowledge of the fundamental creed of the cult to realize that for you, to be hidden from the stars when they appear means the loss of your immortal soul. Now, I believe you to be an honorable man. I'll accept your word of honor to make no further effort to disrupt proceedings if you'll offer it. Vein throbbed in Latimer's temple, and he seemed to shrink within himself as he said thickly, You have it. And then he added with a swift fury, But it is my consolation that you will all be damned for your deeds of today. He turned on his heel and stalked to the high three-legged stool by the door. Sheeran nodded to the columnist. Take a seat next to him, Theramon, just as a formality. Hey, Theramon. But the newspaperman didn't move. He had gone pale to the lips. Okay, there's this scene here, and I hear a bunch of noise in the forest, and I feel like I know exactly what's about to happen. Look at that! Finger he pointed toward the sky shook, and his voice was dry and cracked. There was one simultaneous gasp as every eye followed the pointing finger, and for one breathless moment, stared frozenly. Beta was chipped on one side. The tiny bit of encroaching blackness was perhaps the width of a fingernail. But to the staring watchers it had magnified itself into the crack of doom. Only for a moment they watched, and after that there was a shrieking confusion that was even shorter of duration, and which gave way to an orderly scurry of activity, each man at his prescribed job. At the crucial moment there was no time for emotion. The men were merely scientists with work to do. Even Atten had melted away. Sheeran said, prosaically? First contact must have been made 15 minutes ago. A little early, but pretty good, considering the inconsistencies involved in the calculations. He looked about him and then tiptoed to Theramon, who still remained staring out the window, and dragged him away gently. Atten is furious, he whispered, so stay away. He missed first contact on account of his fuss with Latimer, and if you get in his way, he'll have you thrown out the window. Theramon nodded shortly and sat down. Sheeran stared in surprise at him. The devil, man, he exclaimed. You're shaking, eh? Theramon licked at dry lips and then tried to smile. I don't feel very well, and that's a fact. Psychologist's eyes hardened. You're not losing your nerve. No! Cried Theramon in a flash of indignation. Give me a chance, will you? I haven't really believed this rigmarole not way down beneath. Anyway, till just this minute. Give me a chance to get used to the idea. You've been preparing yourself for 2 months or more. You're right at that, replied Sheeran thoughtfully. Listen, have you got a family? Parents, wife, children? Theramon shook his head. You mean the hideout, I suppose. No, you don't have to worry about that. I have a sister, but she's 2,000 miles away. I don't even know her exact address. Well then, what about yourself? You've got time to get there. and you got one shot anyways, since I left. After all, you're not needed here, and you'd make a darned fine addition. Theremin looked at the other wearily. You think I'm scared stiff, don't you? Well, get this, mister. I'm a newspaper man, and I've been assigned to cover a story. I intend to cover it. There's a faint smile on the psychologist's face. I see. Professional honor, is that it? You might call it that, but man, I'd give my right arm for another bottle of that Socceroo juice, even half the size of the one you hogged. If ever a fellow needed a drink, I do. He broke off. Sheeran was nudging him violently. Do you hear that? Listen. Theremin followed the motion of the other's chin and stared at the cultist, who obviously, to all about him, faced the window. A look of wild elation on his face, droning to himself the while in sing-song fashion. What's he saying? Whispered the columnist. He's quoting Book of Revelations, 15th chapter, replied Sheeran. Then urgently, keep quiet and listen, I tell you. The cultist's voice had risen in a sudden increase of fervor. And it came to pass that in those days the sun, Beta, held lone vigil in the sky for ever longer periods as the revolutions passed, until such time as for half a revolution it alone, shrunken and cold, shone down upon Lagash. And men did assemble in the public squares and at the highways there to debate, to marvel at the sight, for a strange depression had seized them. Their minds were troubled and their speech confused, for the souls of men awaited the coming of the stars. And in the city of Trigon at high noon, Vendret too came forth and said unto the men of Trigon, Lo, ye sinners, though ye scorn the ways of righteousness, yet will the time of reckoning come. Even now the cave approaches to swallow Lagash. Yeah, and all it contains. And even as he spoke, the lip of the cave of darkness passed the edge of Beta, so that to all Lagash it was hidden from sight. Loud were the cries of men as it vanished, and great the fear of soul that fell upon them. It came to pass that darkness of the cave fell upon Lagash, and there was no light on all the surface of Lagash. Men were even as blinded, nor could one man see his neighbor, though he felt his breath upon his face. And in this blackness there appeared the stars, in countless numbers, and to the strains of music of each beauty, that the very leaves of the trees cried out in wonder. And in that moment the souls of men departed from them, and their abandoned bodies became even as beasts, even as brutes of the wild, so that through the blackened streets of the cities of Lagash they prowled with wild cries. From the stars there then reached down the heavenly flame, and where it touched the cities of Lagash flamed to utter destruction, so that of man and of the works of man naught remained. Even then there was a subtle change in Latimer's tone. His eyes had not shifted, but somehow he had become aware of the absorbed attention of the other two. Easily, without pausing for breath, the timbre of his voice shifted to the syllables, became more liquid. Theremin, caught by surprise, stared. The words seemed the border of familiarity. There was an elusive shift in the accent, a tiny change in the vowel stress, nothing more, yet Latimer had become thoroughly unintelligible. Sheeran smiled slyly, shifted to some odd cycle tongue. Old cycle tongue. Probably their traditional second cycle. That was the language in which the Book of Revelations was originally written. You know, it doesn't matter. I've heard enough. Theremin shoved his chair back and brushed his hair back with his hands that no longer shook. I feel much better now. You do? Sheeran seemed mildly surprised. I'll say I do. I had a bad case of jitters just a while back. Listening to you and your gravitation and seeing that eclipse start almost finished me. But this, he jerked contemporaneous thumb at the yellow-bearded cultist, this is the sort of thing my nurse used to tell me. I've been laughing at that sort of thing all my life. I'm not going to let it scare me now. He drew a deep breath and said with a hectic gaiety, but if I expect to keep on the good side of myself, I'm going to turn my chair away from the window. Sheeran said, "Yes, but you'd better talk lower." Atten just lifted his head out of that box he's got it stuck into and gave you a look that should have killed you. Theremin made a mouth. I forgot about the old fellow. With elaborate care, he turned the chair from the window, cast one distasteful look over his shoulder, and said, "It has occurred to me that there must be considerable immunity against this star madness." The psychologist did not answer immediately. Beta was past its zenith now, and the square of bloody sunlight that outlined the window upon the floor had lifted into Sheeran's lap. He stared at its husky color thoughtfully, and then bent and squinted into the sun itself. The chip in its side had grown to a black encroachment that covered a third of Beta. He shuddered, and when he straightened once more, his florid cheeks did not contain quite as much color as they had previously. Okay, I got 3 things I'm good at. Science fantasy, dark fantasy, cozy fantasy, dialogue, world building, character. Genres, 3 story aspects. 3 genres, 3 story aspects. Hell yeah, Callie. There you go. That's what it's all about. Categorizing it and putting it all down into those little files that you can pull out and be like, okay, yeah, that's what that is. I get that. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Yep, perfect. Awesome. There we go. Egg salad, right? The smile that was almost apologetic. He reversed his chair also. There are probably 2 million people in Sorrow City that are all trying to join the cult at once in one gigantic revival. Then, ironically, the cult is in for an hour of unexampled prosperity. I trust they'll make the most of it. Now, what was it you said? Just this. How did the cultists manage to keep the Book of Revelations going from cycle to cycle? And how on Lagash did it get written in the first place? Oh, I threw away my coffee. Oh, was that a good thing, Callie? Good for you. There you go. See, Queen knows what's going on. And how on Lagash did it get written in the first place? There must have been some sort of immunity. If everyone had gone mad, who would be left to write the book? Sheeran stared at his questioner ruefully. Well, now, young man, there isn't any eyewitness answer to that. But I've got a few damned good notions as to what happened. You see, there are 3 kinds of people who might remain relatively unaffected. First, very few who don't see the stars at all. Seriously retarded are those who drink themselves into a stupor at the beginning of the eclipse and remain so to the end. We leave them out because they aren't real witnesses. Then there are children below 6 to whom the world as a whole is too new and strange for them to be too frightened at stars and darkness. They would be just another item in an already surprising world. You see that, don't you? The other nodded doubtfully. I suppose so. Lastly, there are those whose minds are too coarsely grained to be entirely toppled. But I do have one last coffee here. How many coffees do you have, Callie? The very insensitive would be scarcely affected. Oh, such people as some of our older, work-broken peasants. While the children would have fugitive memories, and that, combined with the confusion and coherent babblings and half-mad morons, formed the bias of the Book of Revelations. Naturally, the book was based, in the first place, on the testimony of those least qualified to serve as historians. Like, we threw away the coffee grounds, but I have a cup of liquid coffee here. Ah, I see, Callie. It is what it is, right? That is, children and morons. And was probably edited and re-edited through the cycles. Do you suppose, broke in Theremin, that they carried the book through the cycles the way we're planning on handing on the secret of gravitation? Sheeran shrugged. Perhaps, but their exact method is unimportant. They do it, somehow. The point I was getting at was that the book can't help but be a mass of distortion, even if it is based on fact. For instance, do you remember the experiment with the holes in the roof that Faro and Yimot tried? The one that didn't work? Yes. You know why it didn't work? He stopped and raised an arm, for Atten was approaching, his face a twisted mask of consideration. What's happening? What's happened? Atten drew him aside, and Sheeran could feel the fingers on his elbow twitching. Not so loud. Atten's voice was low and tortured. I've just gotten word from the hideout on the private line. Sheeran broke in anxiously. They are in trouble? No, not they. Atten stressed the pronoun significantly. They sealed themselves off just a while ago, and they're going to stay buried until day after tomorrow. They're safe, but the city... Sheeran, it's a shambles. It's a shambles. You have no idea. He's having difficulty in speaking. Well, snapped Sheeran impatiently. What of it? It will get worse. What are you shaking about? Then suspiciously, how do you feel? Atten's eyes sparked angrily at the insinuation, then faded to anxiety once more. You don't understand. The cultists are active. They're rousing the people to storm the observatory, promising them immediate entrance into grace. Promising them salvation, promising them anything. What are we to do, Sheeran? Sheeran's head bent, and he stared in long abstraction at his talks. He tapped his chin with one knuckle, then looked up and said crisply, Do? What is there to do? Nothing at all. Do the men know of this? No, of course not. Good, keep it that way. How long till totality? Not quite an hour. There's nothing to do but gamble. Take time to organize any real formidable mob, and it will take more time to get them out here. We're a good 5 miles from the city. Glared out the window, down the slopes to where the farmed patches gave way to clusters of white houses in the suburbs, down to where the metropolis itself was a blur on the horizon, a mist in the waning blaze of Beta. He repeated without turning. It will take time. Keep on working and pray that totality comes first. Beta was cut in half, the line of division pushing a slight concavity into the still bright portion of the sun. It's like a gigantic eyelid shutting slantwise over the light of the world. The faint clatter of the room in which he stood faded into oblivion, and he sensed only the thick silence of the fields outside. The very insects seemed frightened, mute, and things were dim. He jumped at the voice in his ear. Theremin said, Is something wrong? No. Get back to the chair. We're in the way. They slipped back to the corner, but the psychologist did not speak for a time. He lifted a finger and loosened his collar, twisted his neck back and forth, but found no relief. He looked up suddenly. Are you having any difficulty in breathing? Newspaperman opened his eyes wide and drew 2 or 3 long breaths. No, why? I looked out the window too long, I suppose. Dimness got me. Difficulty in breathing is one of the first symptoms of a claustrophobic attack. Theremin drew another long breath. Well, it hasn't got me yet, say. Here's another one of the fellows. Binet had been interposed, his bulk between the light and the pair in the corner, and Sheeran squinted up at him anxiously. Hello, Binet. The astronomer shifted his weight to the other foot and smiled feebly. You won't mind if I sit down a while and join in the talk. My cameras are set, and there's nothing to do till totality. He paused and eyed the cultist, who 15 minutes earlier had drawn a small skin-bound book from his sleeve and had been poring inevitably over it ever since. That rat hasn't been making trouble, has he? Sheeran shook his head. His shoulders were thrown back, and he frowned his concentration as he forced himself to breathe regularly. He said, You had any trouble breathing? Binet sniffed the air in his turn, Doesn't seem stuffy to me. A touch of claustrophobia, explained Sheeran, apologetically. Oh, it worked itself differently with me. I get the impression that my eyes are going back on me. Things seem to blur and, well, nothing is clear. And it's cold, too. Oh, it's cold, all right. That's no illusion, Theremin grimaced. My toes feel as if I've been shipping them across country on a refrigerator car. What we need, put in Sheeran, is to keep our minds busy with extraneous affairs. I was telling you a while ago, Theremin, why Pharaoh's experiments with the holes in the roof came to nothing. You were just beginning, replied Theremin. He encircled a knee with both arms and dazzled his chin against it. Well, as I started to say, they were misled by taking the Book of Revelations literally. There probably wasn't any sense in attaching any physical significance to the stars. It might be, you know, that in the presence of total darkness, the mind finds it absolutely necessary to create the light. This illusion of light might be all the stars there really are. In other words, interposed Theamon, ugh, my throat is fucked. Okay. There probably wasn't any sense in attaching any physical significance to the stars. It might be, you know, that in the presence of total darkness, the mind finds it absolutely necessary to create light. This illusion of light might be all the stars there really are. In other words, interposed Theremin, I mean the stars are the result of the madness and not one of the causes. Then what good will Binet's photographs be? To prove that it is an illusion, maybe, or to prove the opposite, for all I know. Then again, but Binet had drawn his chair closer, and there was an expression of sudden enthusiasm on his face. Say, I'm glad you two got in onto this subject. His eyes narrowed, and he lifted one finger. I've been thinking about these stars, and I've got a really cute notion. Of course, it's strictly ocean foam, and I'm not trying to advance it seriously. But I think it's interesting. Do you want to hear it? Seemed half reluctant, but Sheeran leaned back and said, Go ahead, I'm listening. Well then, supposing there were other suns in the universe. He broke off a little bashfully. I mean, suns that are so far away that they're too dim to see. Sounds as if I've been reading some of that fantastic fiction, I suppose. Not necessarily. Still isn't that possibility eliminated by the fact that according to the law of gravitation, they would make themselves evident by their attractive forces? Not if they were far enough off, rejoined Binet. Really far off. Maybe as far as 4 light years, or even more. We'd never be able to detect perturbations then, because they'd be too small. Say that there were a lot of suns that far off, a dozen or 2 maybe. Theron whistled melodiously. What an idea for a good Sunday supplement article. 24 suns in a universe 8 light years across. Wow. That would shrink our world into insignificance. The readers would eat it up. Only an idea, said Binet with a grin. But you see the point. During an eclipse, these dozen suns would become visible because there'd be no real sunlight to drown them out. Since they're so far off, they'd appear small like so many little marbles. Of course, the cultists talk of millions of stars, but that's probably exaggeration. There just isn't any place in the universe you could put 1,000,000 suns, unless they touch one another. Sheeran had listened with gradually increasing interest. You've hit something there, Binet. And exaggeration is just exactly what would happen. Our minds, as you probably know, can't grasp directly any number higher than 5. Above that, there is only the concept of many. A dozen would become a million just like that. A damn good idea. And I've got another cute little notion, Binet said. Have you ever thought what a simple problem gravitation would be if only you had a sufficiently simple system? Supposing you had a universe in which there was a planet with only one sun. The planet would travel in a perfect ellipse, and the exact nature of the gravitational force would be so evident that it could be accepted as an axiom. Astronomers on such a world would start off with gravity probably before they even invented the telescope. Naked eye observation would be enough. But would such a system be dynamically stable? Questioned Steeren doubtfully. Sure, they call it a 1-in-1 case. It's been worked out mathematically, but it's the philosophical implications that interest me. It's nice to think about, admitted Sheeran. As a pretty abstraction, like a perfect gas or absolute zero. Of course. Continued Binet. There's a catch, like that life would be impossible on such a planet. It wouldn't get enough heat and light. And if it rotated, there would all be total darkness half of each day. You couldn't expect life, which is fundamentally dependent upon light, to develop under those conditions. Guys, you know what I'm getting out of this story? I need to use conversations for exposition. Because this is all pure fucking exposition amazingness. And it's all done in the informative conversation. With enough interlude to not make it feel impersonal. Like you feel like you're a part of the conversation. Ads, go away, ads. We don't want ads. They can go away. When they go away, we will go away too. Because I am actually an ad. Sheeran's chair went over backwards as he sprang to his feet in a rude interruption. Anton's brought up the lights, Binet said. Huh? Turned to stare and then grinned halfway around his head in open relief. There were half a dozen foot-long, inch-thick rods cradled in Atton's arms. He glared over them at the assembled staff members. Get back to work, all of you. Sheeran, come here and help me. Sheeran tottered to the older man's side, and one by one, in utter silence, the two adjusted the rods and makeshift metal holders suspended from the walls. With the air of one carrying through the most sacred item of a religious ritual, Sheeran scraped Sheeran scraped a large, clumsy match into sputtering life and passed it to Atten, carried the flame to the upper end of one of the rods. It hesitated there a while, playing futilely about the tip, until a sudden crackling flare cast Atton's lined face into yellow highlights. He withdrew the match, and a spontaneous cheer rattled the window. The rod was topped by 6 inches of wavering flame. Methodically, the other rods were lighted, until 6 independent fires turned the rear of the room yellow. The light was dim, dimmer even than the tenuous sunlight. Flames reeled crazily, giving birth to drunken swaying shadows. The torches smoked devilishly and smelled like a bad day in the kitchen, but they emitted yellow light. There was something about yellow light. After 4 hours of somber, dimming beta, even Latimer had lifted his eyes from his book and stared in wonder. Sheeran warmed his hands at the earnest, regardless of the soot that gathered upon them in the fine grey powder, and muttered ecstatically to himself, "Beautiful, beautiful! I never realized before what a wonderful color yellow is." Theremin regarded the torches suspiciously, wrinkled his nose at the rancid odor, and said, "What are those things?" "Wood," said Sheeran shortly. "Oh no, they're not. They aren't burning. Top inch is charred, and the flame just keeps shooting up out of nothing. That's the beauty of it. There's a real efficient artificial light mechanism. This is a really efficient artificial light mechanism. We made a few hundred of them, but most went to the hideout. Of course, you see." He turned and wiped his back and blackened hands upon the handkerchief. "I have ideas for TikToks now. Yes, Callie. Yes. Make your dreams come true. Fuck yeah, dude. I believe in you." You take the pithy core of coarse water reeds, dry them thoroughly, and soak them in animal grease. Then you set fire to it and the grease burns, little by little. Its torches will burn for almost half an hour without stopping. Ingenious, isn't it? It was developed by one of our own young men at Sorrow University. After the momentary sensation, the drone had quieted. Latimer had carried his chair directly beneath a torch and continued reading, lips moving in the monotonous recital of invocations to the stars. Binet had drifted away to his cameras once more, and Theramone seized the opportunity to add to his notes on the article he was going to write for the Sorrow City Chronicle the next day. A procedure he had been following for the last 2 hours in a perfectly methodical, perfectly conscientious, and, as he was well aware, perfectly meaningless fashion. But as the gleam of amusement in Shurian's eyes indicated, careful note-taking occupied his mind with something other than the fact that the sky was gradually turning a horrible deep purple red, as if it were one gigantic, freshly peeled beet. And so it fulfilled its purpose. The air grew somehow denser, dusk, like a palpable entity entered the room, and the dancing circle of yellow light above the torches etched itself into ever sharper distinction against the gathering grayness beyond. There was the odor of smoke and the presence of little chuckling sounds as the torches made as they burned. Soft pad of one of the men circling the table at which he worked, on hesitant tiptoes, the occasional indrawn breath of someone trying to retain composure in a world that was retreating into the shadows. Theramone, who first heard the extraneous noise, it was a vague, unorganized impression of sound that would have gone unnoticed but for the dead silence that prevailed within the dome. The newsman sat upright and replaced his notebook. He held his breath and listened, then with considerable reluctance threaded his way between the solar scope and one of Binet's cameras and stood before the window. Silence rippled to fragments at his startled shout. "Sheeran!" Work stopped. The psychologist was at his side at a moment. Atten joined him. Even Yima, 70, high in his little lean-back seat at the eyepiece of the gigantic solar scope, paused and looked downward. Outside, Beta was a mere smoldering splinter, taking one last desperate look at Lagash. The eastern horizon in the direction of the city was lost in darkness, and the road from Sorrow to the observatory was a dull red line bordered on both sides by wooded tracts, the trees of which had somehow lost individuality and merged into a continuous shadowy mass. But it was the highway itself that held attention, for along it there surged another, an indefinitely menacingly shadowy mass. Atten cried in a cracked voice, "The madmen from the city! They've come!" "How long to totality?" demanded Sheeran. 15 minutes, but they'll be here in 5. Never mind. Keep the men working. We'll hold them off. This place is built like a fortress. Atten kept an eye on their young cultists just for luck. "Theremin, come with me." Sheeran was out the door, and Theremin was at his heels. The stairs stretched below them in tight circular sweeps about the central staff, fading into a dank and dreary grayness. The first momentum of their rush had carried them 50 feet down, so that the dim flickering yellow from the open door of the dome had disappeared, and both above and below the same dusky shadow crushed in upon them. Sheeran paused, and his pudgy hand clutched at his chest. His eyes bulged and his voice was a dry cough. "I can't breathe. Go down yourself. Close all doors." Theremin took a few downward steps, then turned. "Wait. Can you hold out a minute?" He was panting himself. The air passed in and out of his lungs like so much molasses, and there was a little gleam of screech panic in his mind at the thought of making his way into the mysterious darkness below by himself. Theremin, after all, was afraid of the dark. "Stay here," he said. "I'll be back in a second." He dashed outward, 2 steps at a time, heart pounding. Not altogether from the exertion, tumbled into the dome and snatched a torch from its shoulders. It was a foul-smelling, and the smoke smarted his eyes almost blind. But he clutched that torch as if he wanted to kiss it for joy, and its flames streamed backward as he hurled down the stairs again. Sheeran opened his eyes and moaned as Theremin bent over. Theremin shook him roughly. "All right, get a hold of yourself. We've got light." He held the torch at tiptoe height, and propping the tottering psychologist by an elbow, made his way downward in the middle of the protecting circle of illumination. The offices on the ground floor still possessed what light there was, and Theremin felt the horror about him relax. "Here," he said brusquely, and passed the torch to Sheeran. "You can hear them outside." And they could. Little scraps, of course, countless shouts, but Sheeran was right. The observatory was built like a fortress, erected in the last century when the Neo-Gavachian style of architecture was at its ugly height. It had been designed for stability and duration, rather than beauty, and it had been overcome by was built like a fortress, erected in the last century when the where am I? It had been designed for stability and durability rather than for beauty. The windows were protected by the grillwork of inch-thick iron bars sunk deep into the concrete sills. The walls were solid masonry that an earthquake couldn't have touched, and the main door was a huge oaken slab reinforced with iron. Theramon shot the bolts, and they slid shut with a dull clang. The other end of the corridor, Sheeran cursed weakly. He pointed to the lock of the back door, which he had neatly jimmied into uselessness. Now I have a projector for tomorrow. I will try to get the email done for today, but I'm super distracted. That's okay, Callie. You gotta do what you gotta do. Time to use a timer, I guess. Gotta do what you gotta do, man. If that's the way that it's gonna get done, that's the way you gotta do it. That must be how Latimer got in, he said. Well, don't stand there, cried Theremin impatiently. Help drag up the furniture and keep that torch out of my eyes. Smoke's killing me. He slammed the heavy table up against the door as he spoke. And in 2 minutes he had a barricade which made up for what it lacked in beauty and symmetry by sheer inertia of its massiveness. Somewhere, dimly far off, they could hear the battering of naked fists upon the door, and the screams and yells from outside had a sort of half-reality. That mob had set off from Sorrow with only 2 things in mind: the attainment of cultist salvation by the destruction of the observatory and the maddening fear that all but paralyzed them. There was no time to think of ground cars, or of weapons, or of leadership, or even organization. They made for the observatory on foot and assaulted it with bare hands, and now that they were there, the last flash of Beta, the last ruby-red drop of flame, flickered feebly over a humanity that had left only stark, universal fear. Theremin groaned. Let's get back to the dome. In the dome, only Yamut and the Scholarscape had kept his place. The rest were clustered about the cameras, and Binet was giving his instructions in a hoarse, strained voice. Get it straight, all of you, snapping Beta just before totality and changing the plate. That will leave one of you to each camera. You all know about times of exposure. There was a breathless murmur of agreement. Binet's passed a hand over his eyes. Are the torches still burning? Never mind. Let's see. Never mind, I see them. He was leaning hard against the back of a chair. Now remember, don't try to look for good shots. Don't waste time trying to get 2 stars at a time on the scope field. 1 is enough. And if you feel yourself going, get away from the camera. At the door, Sheeran whispered to Theremin. Take me on, Atten. I don't see him. The newsman did not answer immediately. The vague forms of the astronomers wavered and blurred, and the torches overhead had become only yellow splotches. It's dark, he whispered. Sheeran held out his hand. Atten. He stumbled forward. Atten. Theremin stepped after and seized his arm. Wait, I'll take you. Somehow he made his way across the room, closed his eyes against the darkness and his mind against the chaos within. No one heard them or paid attention to them. Sheeran stumbled against the wall. Atten, the psychologist, felt shaking his hands, touching him, then withdrawing, a voice muttering, Is that you, Sheeran? Atten. He strove to breathe normally. Don't worry about the mob. The place will hold them off. Latimer, the cultist, rose to his feet and his face twisted in desperation. His word was pledged, and to break it would mean placing his soul in immortal peril. Yet that word had been forced from him and had not been given freely. Stars would come soon. He could not stand by and allow, and yet his word was pledged. Binet's face was dimly flushed as it looked upward at Beta's last ray, and Latimer, seeing him bend over his camera, made this decision. His nails cut the flesh of his palms as he tensed himself. He staggered crazily as he started his rush. There was nothing before him but shadows. The very floor beneath his feet lacked substance. And then someone was upon him, and he went down with clutching fingers at his throat. He doubled his knee and dove it hard into the assailant. Let me up or I'll kill you, Theremin cried out sharply and muttered through a blinding haze of pain. You double-crossing rat! The newsman seemed conscious of everything at once. He heard Binet crack thought? He heard Binet croak, I've got it. At your cameras At your cameras, man! And then there was a strange awareness that the last thread of sunlight had thinned out and snapped. Simultaneously, he heard one last choking gasp from Binet, and a queer little cry from Shirin. A hysterical giggle that cut off in a rasp and a sudden silence and strange deadly silence from outside. And Latimer had gone limp in his loosened grasp. Theramon peered into the cultist's eyes and saw the blankness of them. I guess we'll say blankness. Staring upward, mirroring the feeble yellow of the torches, he saw the bubbles. The bubble of... Whoops. I hit a button. I don't know what I hit. Okay, we're down here. Latimer had gone limp in his loosened grasp. Theremin peered into the cultist's eyes and saw the blankness of it in them, staring upward, mirroring the feeble yellow of the torches. He saw the bubble of froth upon Latimer's lips and heard the low animal whimper in Latimer's throat. With the slow fascination of fear, he lifted himself to one arm and turned his eyes toward the blood-curdling blackness of the window. Through it shone the stars, not Earth's feeble 3,600 stars visible to the eye. Lagash was in the center of a giant cluster. 30,000 mighty suns shone down in a soul-searing splendor that was more frighteningly cold in its awful indifference than the bitter wind that shivered across the cold, horribly bleak world. Theramon staggered to his feet, his throat constricting him in breathlessness, all the muscles of his body writhing in an intensity of terror and sheer fear beyond bearing. He was going mad and knew it. Somewhere deep inside, a bit of sanity was screaming, struggling to fight off the hopeless flood of black terror. It's very horrible to go mad and know what you were going mad, to know that in a little minute you would be here physically, and yet all the real essence would be dead and drowned in the black madness. For this was the dark and the cold and the doom. The bright walls of the universe were shattering, and their awful black fragments were falling down to crush and squeeze and obliterate him. He jostled someone crawling on hands and knees, but stumbled somehow over him, hands groping at his tortured throat. He limped towards the flame of the torches that filled all his mad vision. "Light!" he screamed. Atten, somewhere, was crying, whimpering horribly like a terribly frightened child. "Stars! All the stars! We didn't know at all! We didn't know anything! We thought 6 stars in a universe is something the stars didn't notice. It's darkness forever and ever and ever, and the walls are breaking in, and we didn't know and anything!" Someone clawed at the torch, and it fell and snuffed out. In the instant, the awful splendor, the indifferent stars, leapt nearer to them. On the horizon, outside the window, in the direction of Sorrow City, a crimson glow began growing, strengthening in brightness. That was not the glow of the sun. The long night had come again. In 1948... Okay, so that's the end of the story. This is the extra little bit that I picked up off the end. That was not the glow of the sun. The long night had come again. Well, one hell of a story, I'll say that for sure. I love the idea. But again, it's longer than Cryogen, so you know, hey, if this is a short story, so is Cryogen, right? So I don't know, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Anything on there, so without further ado then we have story seeding today, guys, with BookFox. So let's see, I'll pull this up here. Alright guys, welcome to another video. Today, again, we are on the last video so far right now for BookFox, so from now on we'll probably be doing some art-based one in order for preparation for October, for the art arc. But anyways, this is story seeding. So, remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. As always, let's get into it. Here we go.
Story seeding is absolutely a key thing you need in your novel, but you probably haven't thought about it before just because nobody really talks about it. But that is going to change today, and I'm going to give you a whole bunch of different ways you can do it in your novel. Now, what is story seeding? Story seeding is just a way of mentioning other books inside your book that makes your book seem better. Now, some of you are like, wait, I thought we'd talk about fiction writing on this channel. And we do. I am talking about fiction books. And yes, even inside fiction books, you can mention other novels and other books, and it helps to improve your story. And by the end of this video, I will have convinced you that it is absolutely a good idea to mention other books in your novel, and I'm going to show you 8 ways you can do it. Let's start with the absolute most extreme way to do story seeding, and that is the touch point technique. Now, at its most basic, story seeding works because when you mention a book that people love, it gets them this little jolt of excitement and pleasure. And because some authors know this, sometimes they take it to an extreme. Let's look at Ernest Cline's Ready Player One. This is a book which is made up almost entirely of references to video games, to movies, to books. I mean, there are probably 80 sentences in the whole book that don't reference anything else. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but only slightly. He name drops Lord of the Rings and Dune and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and Discworld and Harry Potter and even authors like Cory Doctorow and Kurt Vonnegut. And every time a book is mentioned that the reader loves, it gives them this little jolt of pleasure and connection. If you think about it, it's kind of like a cameo role in a movie. When you see an actor come in and you're like, oh, I really love that actor, and they have like a bit part in a movie, you love it. It's a nice little moment. That is exactly what story seeding can do for your novel. I also think that mentioning other books inside your book gives your book a kind of texture, a kind of connection. It sort of unifies your whole novel. Like in Ready Player One, obviously a lot of the examples that he's name dropping are what? They're sci-fi, they're fantasy. And so he's basically telling you like, hey, this is the mood that I'm creating, this is the genre, so I'm going to mention books of the same genre. But I will point out one danger of the touch point technique, and that's if readers start to feel like you're manipulating them, like you're just name dropping all these books, not because it organically helps the story, but just because you're trying to get a rise out of them. Don't do that. Try to avoid doing that. And if you find that you're edging towards that, then maybe you just need to dial back and mention fewer books inside your book. Now, a second way that you can use story seeding is to make your character seem smarter. So let's say that you have a characterization problem in your novel. You have a character
Posted the thing. Okay, Callie, what is the thing? Spent 15 minutes on it. All right. Capella was Fear Gorda, a begging creature in constant hunger. She was born with an unfortunate terror, fear of her own reflection. And so she chose to reject herself. She will make sure the world around her is rich and full. She refused acceptance of her fate as some ravenous wretch. She chose to offer herself and her art to everyone she met. But Nell, her mother, realized she wouldn't last long. She rejected Capella, and now, to win her mother's love, Capella must revive Nell's sister, Isabel, a performer whose music allowed the citizens of Ulnaron their sanity. But once Capella meets her half-brother Gawain, a sickly boy with bones like twigs, she realizes she doesn't need to force Nell to love her. Capella must learn to love herself. Is that supposed to be Stella? I'm so confused, because that's Stella, right? Or did you change the name? You changed her name? Okay. Interesting. I like it. It's not standard. Stella was pretty, you know. I kind of liked it, though, because it was like, it was really grounded of a name when you have all those other names in there, too, right? But, thank you for sharing, Callie. Oh, of course, now we get an ad break. Now we get a fucking ad break. What am I ever to do with my life if I can't get what I need? If I can't get what I need, how am I gonna get what I want? If I won't get what I need, I feel strange. I feel strange all the time, Callie. Oh, I feel so strange, so strange. Oh, so very strange. Oh, that's the ads. Never mind. That's just the ads taking over and fucking me up. They're worse than drugs, guys. The ads are worse than drugs. I swear. They're far worse than drugs. Drugs are good. Drugs are bad, okay? Drugs are bad. Ads are good. Drugs are bad, okay? Drugs are bad. Don't do drugs, kids. Drugs are bad. Okay.
Who isn't coming off very smart, and you feel like because they're the protagonists or the main characters, you need them to feel a little smarter. So having your character mention a book is a good way to solve that problem. And for an example of this, let's look at Salvage the Bones by Jesmyn Ward. It's a novel set in Louisiana as Hurricane Katrina is approaching. And in this book, there is a lot of poverty. The main character is pregnant. They go stealing a lot. There's a lot of low diction level. And so I feel like Jesmyn Ward wanted to make sure that people just didn't write off her main character as sort of being a little dumb. So to counterbalance that, what she did is she had her main character talk about Medea, the Greek myth of Medea. And the character is learning about this story in school, but she starts to take this mythology and apply it to her own life, apply it to what's happening with Hurricane Katrina as it approaches. And her mentioning Medea frequently throughout the book not only helps her character seem a lot smarter, it also gives the book as a whole more weight. It makes it seem just more serious. And by the way, I should mention here that if you want to be more serious about your writing, please join my BookFox Academy. I have more than 230 videos in there that will help you along every stage of the writing journey. All you have to do is click the link below. It's that easy. Check it out. Now, a third way that you can use story seeding in your book is to reinforce your
book thematically.
your book thematically. So sometimes you just want to mention a book inside your book that sort of is running parallel to your book, perhaps in terms of the themes that it's talking about. And doing this gives your book a lot more weight because they have an immediate touchstone. They're like, oh yeah, I know that famous book, or I know about it in some way, and now I'm connecting it to this book I'm just learning about, which is your book. And a really recent book that just did this is Suzanne Collins' new Hunger Games book, which is called Sunrise on the Reaping. And in this book, she constantly references Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. I mean, you've probably heard of this poem even if you haven't read it, but you know, it's about a raven tapping on the windowsill and quote the raven nevermore. But the heart of the poem, the emotional core of the poem, is about the speaker having lost a love called Lenore. And in Sunrise on the Reaping, we get to go back into Haymitch's backstory where we learn that his love is named Lenore. So that's a really obvious connection, having the same name in both, but I think the deeper connection is that Poe's poem is about grief and loss and sorrow, and that's exactly what this book is about as well. Poe's poem ends up thematically reinforcing Haymitch's storyline and his past. This next way is a little bit easier way to do story seeding in your book, and it's number 4, sprinkle quotes in. Now, you might say to me, John, like it seems like a bit too much work to choose a whole book and then have it parallel my novel in a lot of ways, and that just seems like too much. And I would say, okay, why don't you just use a few quotes from works of philosophy or works of fiction?
What about sprinkling in quotes from different Final Fantasy games throughout the book? Have like one main quote from like one of the main characters and like one main quote from like one of the side characters or one of the, you know, antagonists. I don't know. I think that's actually pretty. I think that's pretty. Man, that's pretty good. I'm just like, where do I fit that in? So I'll have to think about that.
Or referencing other characters who are famous fictional characters. And just for a really quick example of this, look at Sally Rooney's Beautiful World, Where Are You? This is a book which is really suffused with Marxism, and she constantly quotes Karl Marx inside the book. Either quotes him directly or is talking about his ideas directly inside the book. And what it does for the novel is that it sort of gives this whole philosophical and economical backbone for the novel. We're not just talking about, you know, couples in relationships. It's really couples in relationships as a representation of Karl Marx's theories. And another really good way to use this technique is to simply have your character misquote something. I always find this is incredibly illuminating for their character because it shows why are they misremembering this particular quote. And especially if you can have another character like correct them and be like, I don't think that's right. I think it goes this way. That can be a really helpful way to do characterization. This 5th way to use story seeding will work for everyone, no matter what genre you are writing. It is number 5, even fake books work. So some of you might be watching this video and be like, you know what, my novel really isn't set in a universe that's similar to our own, so I can't use books. Well, the good news for you is that you don't have to reference famous books. Like, you can literally make up your own books and drop them into your novel, and it works just as well. So look at an author like Roberto Bolaño, who wrote 2666, and he makes up all kinds of fictional novels inside that novel and references them, like The Leather Mask, Lithia, and The Blind Woman. These are fictional works by a fictional author inside the novel. And what's very interesting is he often names them alongside real books. So it's this nice blend of the fictional and the real inside the novel. And another good example would be Jorge Luis Borges, where a lot of his short stories have at their very center a fictional book. An examination of the work of Herbert Quain is basically a short story about a fictional author. The Approach to Al-Mutassin is a review of a fictional book. Or look at Talon Upar Orbis Tertius. This story is about the discovery of an encyclopedia of this imaginary world called Talon. So the great thing about using fake books inside your novel is you can use them to mean anything you need, right? So look at your story and figure out like, what would be really good right here? What would be a great fake book that would add to my storyline in some way, and then make that book up and name drop it. Especially if you're writing fantasy or sci-fi, something not set in our universe, this is a great technique to use. The next strategy for story seeding is a little bit more difficult to pull off, but I think it would pay dividends. It is number 6. Incorporate it into the action. So I want you to imagine this. What if the book plays a pivotal part in the plot? Think of a book like Station 11 by Emily St. John.
I mean, that's kind of how we have it, only the book itself. Well, there's 2 types of books. Because there's the tablet that they're looking for that is a kipu, which is like tied different kinds of like animal furs and hairs knotted together, and they don't know what it actually symbolizes. Is it's literally telling the history of the Beastmen, and that's what they've been looking for, but they've had it with them the entire time. And then Zaid's catalogs and graphs, because like he's a prodigy in a way, so like he's kind of figured out mathematics, so like he can do like equations and graphing and stuff like that, and people just don't understand the hell he's talking about. But when Husai actually goes in and investigates it and looks at it and goes like, you know, looks at the correlation and everything like that, and he's like, holy shit, okay, well, we got a fucking problem here. So, and then, of course, Zaid's references like multiple other books, because they're all catalogs of adventurers throughout the ages, which each will like mention all of the, you know, previous 100-year quest goers, expansions for the 100-year quest, and like rules that are in set over the years of being like, you need more and more people because no one's ever come out, to the point where now the last people was 75 and the new people is 150. So all of those characters that are especially in the first chapter are going to be referenced, talked about, and, you know, brought up in other works and stuff like that, in order to get you a feel for those characters as you go through it. I was on TikTok at some point and I noticed certain things really work. Are you popping off, Callie? See, my thing is, like, I just do my own thing, and if my own thing does things, it's a thing. If my own thing doesn't do things, it's not a thing. I'm, like, so bad at going outside of doing my own thing. It's like an atmospheric video in the background, good music, mini stories. Like, are we talking smoky level stories? Because usually TikTok's like 15, 30-second clips, right? Something I did on Twitter. Okay. If you can fit a story in like 250, like 3 sentences. So like, yeah, so like Smokies. Which is funny about that, you know what I did today, Callie? So no one's noticed because Sean's not here. But if Sean's not here, I changed some stuff around and I added some new stuff. But I made these. They're Smokey's stories. I went in. It went in. I went in. It was all over. Finn. When I got on, it fell off. It fell over. I got hurt. Finn. Nice, Callie. That's sick. Mine can't break a fucking 100. Where did it go? I saw nothing. I like pie. Finn. Who sat on me? Oh no, I sat on you. It was a good time. Finn. Here I am. There you go. We are the same. Finn. To go is to come. I go more. It was a no. Finn. Use a stock video. Figure out how you can recreate the Twitter posts you used to make and turn that into a video. Make it atmospheric, start with a hook. You're good at that transition between both. Have a shock value at the end of the narrative video. Can I just write for you, Callie? I'll just be your writer. How about that?
On Mandel. This is a dystopian book. It's happened after a plague has ravaged mankind. And what are the survivors doing? They are reenacting Shakespeare plays. And it's because they believe, oh, art is so important that even after everything is gone, we're still going to do Shakespeare. The Shakespeare plays are
I'm doing it
for art in general. And so what Emily St. John Mandel is saying...
Do you want those stories? Like, I just kind of made those up randomly, but like, do you want these stories? I can just drop these into the Discord if you want. But those are smoky level stories, right? Those aren't like those are supposed to be stupid. They're not the sophisticated high level stories that you could come up with. Like, what's a really good one? Hold on, let me think for a second here. Well, of course. Those are smoky level ones. Hold on. Okay, Callie, what about this one? I think this one's pretty good.
Among ancient stars rises machines that conquer all. When the age of technology is on the verge of destroying humanity, we turn them. Pitting machine against machine.
It's like expansive. It gives you an image of something, and then it gives you a purpose. So it's like you can imagine like these machines coming out of nowhere. Like I'm imagining like Mass Effect, like the Reapers or something like that. And then like AI is about to destroy humanity, but instead humanity comes together, and instead of destroying AI, we turn it against itself, pitting itself against the machines as a greater force than humans.
Is that art is worth it. Even after the apocalypse has happened, art can save us. It can redeem us in some way. They're so nostalgic for the world that they lost. They're nostalgic for iPhones and for television and for like ice cream and all the wonderful stuff that they've missed. But they're saying, okay, what can we keep alive? We can keep Shakespeare alive. We can keep art alive. We can keep a little bit of our history alive. So in your book, look at making a famous novel or play or poem absolutely integral to the entire plot of the book. A seventh great strategy for story seeding is to just borrow the culture. So Donna Tartt's The Secret History has a very strong connection to Greek culture, specifically the classics like the Iliad, Oedipus Rex, the Odyssey, stuff like that. And what
I would find a specific video first and then write for that video, because it's difficult to write the text first and then find a video. I know, Callie, I was just making an example of a 3-sentence, like, do you think that in general that is like a powerful 3-sentence story? That was kind of the more of what I was going for. Just like the ability to make one instead of, you know, and then it's a lot easier with a clip because then you have a direction to go, right? And if the clip is telling a story, you're just telling the story that's relatable to the clip, right?
She does is she takes that Greek culture, their absolutely wild parties, their crazy drinking, their bacchanalian rituals. She takes that and she has the characters reenact those sort of things. Like she brings that
sounds
Greek
a bit
culture
Matrix
into
with
the
a
modern
twist
day and shows these characters doing those type of things. You know, Zadie Smith in her book Changing
True,
My
Callie.
Mind, she said that when she gave feedback on her students' work, she would always try to compare their work to famous works of literature. And she did that because she wanted them to feel connected to the whole stream of literature, to feel like they were part of something. And I think a strategy like this, where you take famous works of literature and incorporate into your book, is doing something similar. When your book is in conversation with a much more famous book, what it does is it elevates your book. It gives it more heft and it gives it more weight. And if you read Donna Tartt's The Secret History, then you know that borrowing all that Greek culture has a big effect on the plot, just like our point with point number 6. And for our last point on how to do story seeding well, let's look at number 8, offer hilarity. So when you reference other books, sometimes you can do it in a really funny way. Now I'm gonna give a really silly example here, but I do think it applies to novelists, so hang on. There's an ongoing joke in the South Park universe that whatever they can come up with, The Simpsons did it already. Like
yeah.
they were trying
Simpsons
to
did
generate
it.
an idea for
Simpsons
an
did
episode
it.
about the sun going out. And then they figured out like, oh, The Simpsons already did it. So finally, they ended up shooting a whole episode called The Simpsons Already Did It. And it features this ongoing gag that The Simpsons have done.
Trying to
every
fill a
single
cherry,
story per
a
mutual
chocolate-filled
and
cherry
obviously
full
we're
of
getting into
mayonnaise.
some meta territory here by
Simpsons
talking
did
about
it,
how difficult
Simpsons
is
did it,
to come up with the
Simpsons did
original
it.
storyline by referencing another series of stories. Now let me give you a much smaller example than that. In Joe Hill's novel, The Fireman, he has one of his characters reading a book called The Stand by Stephen King. And wink, wink, nudge, nudge. For those in the know, you know, Joe Hill is Stephen King's son. So it's sort of like an inside joke for people. I'll give you one last other way that incorporating other books into your book can be really funny. I want you to imagine, what if someone took Robert Louis Stevenson, Treasure Island, and tried to live their entire life according to it? Used it like a manual for life. That is the plot of a book called Treasure Island, with 3 exclamation points out of it, by Sarah Levine. She identifies 4 life lessons from Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island and proceeds to try to live her life according to them. And FYI, it does not go well. She loses her job, she loses her boyfriend, and she uses her boss's life savings to buy him a parrot. The book is like Confederacy of Dunces, except if Ignatius J. Reilly was a woman. I hope this video has convinced you that this is a good idea, and absolutely in your work in progress, you should look for a way to incorporate other books in there. Also, if you like this video, make sure to subscribe to BookFox Academy, because I got a lot more videos that can help you along the writing journey.
True. Happy writing. Alright, there's another Book Fox video down, guys. Let's go. We're slowly getting through it. Give him a like, give him a view, give him a comment, and a subscribe, and now we move on to the commentary. I don't have anything set up for this. So okay, so let's say again we want to go with strife in the world at the moment. When do you think will come a time when we start to learn from history and decide that everyone started it? So everyone is to blame, so we should just sit back and stop blaming each other, making it worse. Mainly pertains to governments and elected officials going against the best interest of the people for their own benefit or other reasons. How far has people passed before the revolution? How close are we to that? Does having a fear of public discourse lead to what? Distrust that can Jesus Christ. Oh. So having a fear of public discourse lead to distrust that can destabilize. Nation. Alright, I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Alright. We're gonna have an ad in a sec here, so we're just gonna chill out and just, do what we gotta do before the poopy ads start. Because ads are poopy. No one likes poopy. Poopy is bad, okay? Poopy like drugs. Drugs is bad. You don't want poopy. Poopy bad. Poopy bad just like ads. Ads are poopy. You don't want that. It's a bad time. This might be the final bits of the horn. Maybe not quite the final bits. Definitely getting there. Reaching the bottom of the bag, the dried out hag. It's all good, 'cause it's just flawed. Yeah, there's probably another grinder in there at least. At least. Wait, Talks. I'll be the content manager. What does that mean, Callie? Mine's better. Okay, mine's not better. I concede. No need to up the ante anymore, Queen. Okay. Content manager oversees the creation, publishing, and distribution of an organization's content to ensure it aligns with marketing goals and brand voice. Callie, that sounds exactly what I need. That sounds like exactly what I need. Okay, tell me what to do. It is not one ear, it's the fucking other. What the hell? Well, I mean, like, obviously what I'm doing isn't working, right? So, what do I need to be doing, Callie? Other than that really great idea you had about the B-roll with, like, the story. But see, I'm so bad at presentation, I would do it wrong, Callie. I would just straight up do it. If you would say, no, there's not, you can't do it wrong, I would find a way. I would fucking somehow find a way to do it wrong. And you'd be like, I didn't even know that was possible. And I'd be like, yeah, quantum mechanics is a fucked up thing, man. I don't know. content manager handles that too. I mean, hell, if we made money, Callie, you'd get some of it. At this point, we make like 23 cents a day on average. Like, overseas the way people sees everything. I mean, I try to stay inside of like the 3 niches of video gaming, writing, and commentary. And then I try to mold all 3 of those together into story crafting of any kind. At least that's my goal. Whether I do that properly or not is completely, you know, beside the point. I mean, to me, first of all, you have to do something before you can figure out if you're doing it wrong. My problem is, I know that I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it so wrong, there's no feedback in order for me to improve. Right? That's the biggest problem. So if I had just like a couple of comments here and there saying, you need to change this, you need to change this, this is why I lost here, don't do this again, it's like, okay. But I'm just like, change this, change that, and it's like literally you're just changing it around so nothing ever really works. I'm the type of person that I'll stick everything the same. It's like sticking the same numbers in the lottery, right? It's like eventually that number has to be picked. But if you just keep changing numbers, eventually one of the numbers that you picked before is going to be the number. And you're like, fuck, if only that was the number I kept picking. We all know it's 42, 42, 66, 6. That's what's going to win. It's going to make you millions of dollars, guys. Because it's got the devil's numbers and the devil's lettuce. All in one. Okay. Welcome for another video, guys. I'm Intoxication, and today for this commentary we're going to be exploring the idea of learning from history and whether people can actually truly learn to learn from history and not repeat these same stupid things over and over and over again and over and over and over again. I think you should start with absorbing whatever content you can and then immediately write something trying to mimic it. Incorporate it into your style. See, but the problem is, Callie, the content that I am studying in this case is like YouTube channels that are story channels that are mainly horror channels that have like more than 1 million subs and like continuously post, right? And looking at like their video style, their upload style, their you know, touch. How do I mimic that with my own style? Right? And that's where I want to, like, lean more towards the Mr. Ballin style of just, like, being in front of the camera and just, like, telling the story as opposed to, like, reading a story to someone. Does that make sense? But I want them to be two different... Be the Muse. Indala, welcome. Very much so. So, like, if I had, like, 5 or 6, like, for instance, TikTok accounts that are, like, 5 million follower TikTok accounts that do, you know, viral type style content, because the closest I have is like the carousels, right? So we've got where are they? Like, we've got these, so it's like, oh, well, it never starts on the right one. It's supposed to be. There's this one all fucked up. No, because this is like, oh, it's because it's at the end, that's why. These things are so dumb. Because I can't, cycle through it. There we go. So it's like, you know, gives you the idea with like a title page, and then it talks about like the characters, beginnings, path, nuclear option, changing, the aftermath. Like, so this is like, you know, my story, and then there's like, here's one we did like today. So this is like the new style. It's like the hero's journey. Feel like this got all fucked up. Nope, never mind. And it's like the ordinary world, crossing the threshold, test allies and enemies, approaching the ordeal, the reward, the road back, the resurrection, the return, and then embracing the hero's journey. So it's kind of like these, like, you know, short, snappy little tips with like an image in the background in a carousel mode in order to, you know, with some sort of like background music in order to get people into the story, right? But again, those still are not picking off like I thought they might. Let's just say. But, you know, it is what it is. That's what it's all about, though, is continuously improving the content, right? Huh? Oh, well, technically, I'm a published author. Technically. $0.29 isn't too bad. Yep. So it's something works, right? In Dala, something works. Feels like I'm reading a manual when I'm reading those, but people are looking to immerse themselves, and the only way to invite that is to have a first line that pulls you in. So maybe you should practice that. Oh, but it's like, how do you do a hook for a writing tip? Callie, that's my biggest problem. How do you do a hook for a writing tip? I guess the title page could be like the before and after. But I'm trying to minimize the amount of text that's on the page, right? I'm just thinking for like the hero's journey, you'd have the hook of being like, see, I feel like then each one has to be like a three. I just don't feel like, I don't know how to do that in note form. Like that would, it'd have to be like a completely separate idea aside from like the writing tip notes. All I think about is like, does your hero's journey end too abruptly? Like, you know, trying to do the hero's journey, but it's not quite the hero's journey. Guess which book this hero's journey is from. But that's just like fucking just pure clickbait. No, pure clickbait is, check out this excerpt from this unreleased book by this ex-author. Now all I'm thinking about, what are the legal repercussions of that? But if, like, it's obviously done in satire? Could you get away with that? Because that actually sounds like that's a really good idea. Videos on TikTok with writing tips. I know there are, Callie. I follow them. But I don't want to, like, you know... It's how do I transform the stream tips into TikTok videos? Not necessarily how do I record my own TikTok videos, right? So I like being more of the ideas than anything, because like the actual going through with creating the video is the hard part. But being a facilitator of ideas behind the scenes, now you're talking. But instead of going for immersion, you could go for presentation. That's kind of my goal, Callie. But again, I'm not succeeding. 'Tis my goal, I am not succeeding. Whatever I'm doing is not working. So that's why I was like, just try the 3-sentence stories. And see what people think of like 3-sentence stories. That'll have to be my newest thing, Callie, and we'll have to like pick up on that and see if that goes anywhere. Cause like so far, like that seems like the closest thing I could get to. Like, that's actually viable. But, like I said, I'll provide the story, you provide the presentation. Does that work? Like, I'll give you the words to say and the things to put on paper and the story and stuff, but then you do the presentation part. Because I'm, like I said, I have the worst taste and I'm terrible at, like, doing that. I'm good creative, not presentation. I'll figure it out. I'll pay you. You know, it's like you get like a 95% commission because it would be 95% you doing all the work. 95.5. How does that sound, Callie? To your favor. So if we make $1, you get 95 cents. That's perfect. Now you just have to be the creative hand behind the scenes. But you're my man, Callie. You've got the spark. You've got the mojo. I got no mojo. They stole my mojo, guys, and I never got it back. That's not where my mojo lies, you know. I guess this is what writing for an entire year gets you. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Helped someone else start her book, and now she's writing a whole novel based on what I told her. My reward. Yep. Oh, I mean, you are definitely, like, inspirational, Callie. That's a great way to say it. You are highly inspirational. I try to be inspirational, but I'm a retard. It's a little bit different, you know? It's like a broken clock is right twice a day. What is your sleep being messed up? Really, I have no idea how I even have muscles. Because you're a hard worker, Callie. You put in the effort. You do the research, you put in the effort, and you min-max. Published a zine with a trad publisher, but I quit painting. You know what's really, really big, Indala? You know what's actually the biggest, like art industry, like, right now? Is, like, stickers and coloring books. Patches. Yeah, patches, too. That kind of shit is, like... Especially stickers, because stickers, that's like an infinite money glitch, you know? Like, they're just gonna keep buying more. Especially with their kids' stickers, right? Like, fuck, if you took all the sticker books in my house, it'd probably be like this fucking tall of like massive fucking sticker books. They went with 100 prints and sold out. They want to do another run. Nice. That's epic, Indala. Hell yeah. Magazines are pretty big too. Especially if it's like paintings, colorings, like cinematography kind of stuff, like landscapes, nature kind of stuff like that. That kind of stuff is huge. Space, too. If you have, like, a telescope, want to make a graphic novel, and they approached for the art solely. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to turn my art into something that's viable. So, in October is when we start our art arc. And we will be adding, art to the stream. I'm slowly preparing for that. I got the ideal camera set up and everything like that. So, we'll probably be able to do it. At least with what we have now, without having to buy any new equipment for it. It's just a stability issue, basically. So it's like setting it up. And if I set it up, it's in the way of everything, so I have to, like, set it up and take it down. So making sure that I can set it up and take it down super easily is, like, the most annoying part. But that's just how it is, right? Can't ask for much more than that. But anyways, shall we get into the commentary? I wrote a novel. It sold one copy. I really know a means to be a trad author at all, too. Well, that's okay. I bought Callie's book. I bought Sinister's book. Oh my god. And people put too much emphasis on like a traditional author versus self-publishing. Guys, I just had a thought. So, traditional publishing and self-publishing is like the console wars. Like, between, like, you know, like, PlayStation and Xbox. Like, you have to be, like, a PlayStation fanboy, or you have to be, like, an Xbox fucking brony. There's no, like, you can't be both of them. You have to be one or the other. And it's, like, a cultural thing. Okay, so I have almost no luck on social media except for those videos that I get 500, 700 views. So if you want your main thing to be tips, have 3 videos where you do what I did. Post the link to what you offer people who you want to learn something from you on TikTok link area. And then start posting tips, because there's some sort of proof that this guy is good at this. They need some sort of proof. Okay, I don't know what that is, Callie. What do you mean, the TikTok link area? What the hell is the TikTok link area? It's an area where you can post a link. You mean in, like, the description of the video? But then you would have to post a video to your website, to your main place where people get tips. So what you're saying, Callie, is I need a website. Fuck. If you go to your TikTok profile, there's a specific area for that. Where is this said thing? So that my egg video didn't get any views, and I think it's just presentation. When I got 500, 700 views, and they had a really nice thumbnail. Wait, a thumbnail for TikTok? Really? You know when you search something, the video is displayed, and they decide to click on it or not. No, I'm like, when you're uploading, where do you put a thumbnail? Wait, this? Edit cover? This is just like part of the video. Oh, upload. Oh! Okay. I did not know that. I don't know, but I don't know where this other thing is, Callie. Where's this thing where you post your links? Because people will judge your video based on that cover. Yeah. See, I don't care about growing this TikTok, right? This TikTok is just like for the stream stuff, right? It's just like the main channel on YouTube is for the stream stuff. But then there's the Talks stories, which is the main point, right? So I'll eventually have to make like another TikTok just for that. Because this one's too, you know, full of other bullshit. Right? It's not specifically catered to any. This is like if you enjoy the stream, you might find these enjoyable. Let's get stoned, Hellcat! How's it going? Welcome, welcome! Fuck yeah! Let's get motherfucking stoned. I agree. Fucking hate me some fucking ass. I don't like ads. I just don't like ads. That's all. I just don't like them. I know it's bad, but I don't know. Just no. Please, why? My eyes. Whew, that was a heavy one. The thing is, without content, you have to rely on just the effectiveness of your advice and have proof that it works. Start with presentation. True, Callie. So can you direct that presentation? Right? Like, I'd love to do things that are just like you said, with that B-roll with the three sentence story. This is my TikTok, yes. But I need to make a secondary one. Following. Why, thank you. I need to make a secondary one for the stories, and specifically have that for just writing tips and writing stories. And just like those really powerful 3 to 5 sentence stories, right? Super short, super concise, make you think about things. Just have one. A 1 sentence story? Can you even do a 1 sentence story? Oh, the amount of socials. Oh, I have like so many. I have so many YouTube channels. Like, this is my main. This is my clips channel. This is my story channel. This is my old channel. And then this is like a side project channel. And I want to make a new one that's like social commentary stories and hypotheticals about the stories that we're doing. I don't have a life, Hellcat. I don't have a life. Oh, I lost a subscriber. I had 35, and then I had 34, and then I had 33, now it has 32. That's okay. What do you do other than this? Well, I'm on vacation right now, but, I'm a Nepo baby that lives with his parents. I have epilepsy, so... My parents are like, do whatever the fuck you want. I'm like, okay. So... I'm an electrician for small spaces and control panels, but because of seizures and stuff like that, I can't do that. So Walmart it is, boys. It is what it is. So that's why we, you know, we're like, fuck it. I've always been a writer, always been doing writing. Let's fucking try and do writing. Yeah, but you told me once. Yeah, no one cares about that, though. It's fucking... That's not important. What's important is the continuous attempt. Like, if you look at... Here it is. So, last year. Or... Yeah, I guess so. So we just, like... Whoops. So, since March, see, we got like, you know, sometimes we get pretty good. But I mean, when you're uploading 4 or 5 videos a day and each one gets 100, right? Yeah, Callie, I'm so bad at marketing. I am so bad at marketing. It's kind of actually stupid how bad I am at marketing. But then if you look at like my YouTube analytics,
Welcome to a talk story.
that's not what I want.
For tales of fantasy and moral
Why am I doing
chaos.
that? Where I want your videos. Learned a few things from those videos I made. Yeah. It's like kind of have a peak, but then it's like petering off, right? If you want a good graph should just continuously be going up, right? This not necessarily a good graph. But I mean, we got 11,000 views, but that's all from shorts. I'll just be your narrator if you want, but I'm getting paid. Of course, Callie. Yeah. And it's like, I've been trying to, you know, work with trends, work with things, but like, I'm just not good at marketing, I am not good at understanding data, I am not good at fucking any of that shit. I'm good at coming up with ideas. I'm like, master of coming up with ideas. But... like, I got this really funny one for Smokey. So this is a story for Smokey. Slim, FRVR, welcome, how's it going, brother? How are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? If so, then you're in the right place. I'm Intoxication, and that's what we do here. Writing tips to improve your writing skills, reacts for social commentary, for rounding out world building purposes, and writing our own short stories, as well as a novel, as well as a web novel. We're on a lot of projects on the move, and we just literally invented a new project today thanks to Callie. 3-sentence story structures. So this is my 3-sentence story structure towards Smokey. He's another one of the viewers. He's a troll. We love Smokey. One cue at a time. I couldn't catch all of those, all of the one you just asked. But it's technically one question. Are you a writer? Just explained in different ways, you know? So, because you don't necessarily need to be like, you know, you could be a screenplay writer, you could be a creative as far as music goes, you could write poems, short stories, fanfic, you know. You could just have a creative imagination and just love to share your ideas but not really write anything, you know? That's just my intro, you know? But everyone says that, so I gotta fix it, I guess. See, I'm just bad at this, Callie. And Callie goes AFK during a prime example of me not being what I need to be, let's just say. So, here's a story, huh? Exactly.
I held my breath, steadying my hand. This was the moment. It all came down to this. Our hands met. That firm handshake I sought fell to the abyss with my sweaty palms.
Yeah, stories, novella, novelette, something like that. Something like that. Words on pages, right? Words on pages. But yeah, if you want to, feel free to join the Discord. If you want me to read any of your work, we have the public stories where you can just drop your in there if you want me to read it, and then the self-promotion, if there's anything that you have that you want to promote, whether it's Patreon or Royal Road or anything like that, any of your socials, feel free to drop them in the self-promotion. If I find my Twitter posts, I had 800 followers. Damn, Callie, that's badass. I guess I have 30 now. But, I mean, I've gained like 7 in the last week because I've actually been active on TikTok because I've had time because I'm not working. Consistency, but remember, consistency and frequency are two separate things. See, but my problem is, Callie, like, I look at you, okay, so I had 800 on Twitter and 1,000 on TikTok. There you go. If you have 1,000 on TikTok, you can stream on TikTok. That was my goal, to get 1,000 on TikTok so I could start, but I technically cheated. Why, did you just go around asking people to follow you? That's my marketing strategy is just begging. It's fucking terrible. Fuck. We did follow trains? Yeah. So I'd rather have, like, the more authentic type stuff, because that's kind of what the whole point of the content is supposed to be, is fuck the algorithm, fuck, you know, bending to its will, we're going to be as authentic content and do what we're going to do. And if that pops off, it pops off. If it don't pop off, well, it's not good enough. Get fucking better. And that's the mentality I have towards it. I mean, that's the reason why I have 2,500 followers on Twitter, because of bots. That's why, like, when I make a post, it gets 3 views. Because they're all fucking bots. So, my TikTok numbers and my YouTube numbers are appropriate numbers for the size of the channel. Like, we have 12 on the Clips channel, 22 on the Story channel, and now 32 on the main channel. Then we have 29 or 30 on TikTok. Whereas we have 2,500 on Twitter and almost 420 on Twitch. But is what it is, right? So, with no further ado, guys, shall we get into the commentary of today? Most of the people would follow 7,000 and hope half of them would follow back and say, hey, I got 3,000 followers. Yeah. That's why I don't really give a fuck about the follower count. The follower count isn't what matters. Right? It's a fake number. It's always going to be a fake number. The number you want to look at is the people that watch the clips. That's like your main thing. If there are people watching your clips, that's good. If you don't have any clips, well, you should start getting clips. It's kind of like that's what we've been on a binge for, is just, you know, I mean, we stream for 9 hours, we're guaranteed to have at least 30 seconds of that with something that's clippable. Especially if Smokey's around to fuck shit up. There's also the Twitter community if you want to join. I don't know if anyone really cares, because again, I'm bad at promoting. But I did, I set up a contest on there, if anyone's interested in it, with like a total of $35 prize pool. And it's Halloween based, so it's like, you know, the due date's like October 31st for story submissions, and it'd be like a Halloween story night where we read like Halloween horror stories, and then, you know, we vote for a first, second, and for third place, and then, you know, I either give you guys gift cards or I can donate to your channels or something like that. You know, we're all authors, we probably all have some sort of way to donate, so I can just give you the money, right? I think that would be really cool. But I don't think anyone's interested, so fuck it, you know? It is what it is. Just keep trying, keep going, and eventually we'll find something that people are interested in. And if not, well, yeah, see, as Smokey says, nope! Nope, no one will ever be interested, no one will ever care, it's just one giant zzz. Okay, so this is Smokey, this is another story for Smokey.
I hit the bong. It was too much. Now I only roll. Finn.
Yo, you're in the midst of figuring out your writing. Best advice I have, I think. Write flash fiction. Cool story, bro. It's your story, Smokey, not mine. So what do you mean by flash fiction, Callie? Like, is that like less than 1,000-word story or something like that? You get really good at writing flash fiction, you get better faster, get responses faster, get content out there faster. 1,000-word stories. Okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, because we were experimenting with, like, the different lengths of stories and how well we can fit in, you know, short stories. Because, like, look at the original Banquet being 1,000 words. Look at the new Banquet being almost fucking 5,000 words. Like, I'm doing too much setup. And then look at, like, the Nightfall we read. Fucking 13,000 words. Yeah, I think we need to take a step back and go back to, like, the original ones that we were writing, right? And just condense the story down to such a minute event. You should learn, like, the structure of story through the 1,000-word stuff. Yeah. Super smart, Callie. Might teach you to write the 3-sentence stories. Wait, Callie, are you saying my 3-sentence stories are bad? Fuck. Fuck. Okay, what's a good 3-sentence story? I'm just fucking with you, Callie. I know they're terrible. That's the whole point! At least most of the time. Especially Smokey's stories, like...
I woke up in the evening. I had slept all day. It was marvelous. Finn.
I don't know, I find it funny because it's all based off of, like, the idea of this is Smokey writing a story. So it's like, once you have it in the context of Smokey is the one who's writing this story, I don't know why, I just think it's fucking hilarious. I'm like, yeah, this is definitely a story that Smokey would write. It's like top tier for, like, the bottom tier, right? Who knows where it goes from there, though. But anyways, we should move on with the commentary. So, your question touches on deep themes of human nature, history, politics, and society. I'll break it down part by part, drawing on historical patterns and current trends to provide a balance. Evidence-based perspective. As an AI built by XAI, my view is that history shows cycles of conflict and reform, but learning from it requires collective will, something that's often elusive amid power struggles. That's pretty much exactly what I said, which is like, you can do it with a single person, but you can't do it with people. You just can't get everyone together to that point. That's why I'm an advocate for an AI overlord, because at least it's like an AI that's calculated and, like, methodical. It's not some guy at the top trying to rip you off to make his life better. So it's like, I literally trust the AI more, even though the AI has the higher potential to fuck me over, because it has actual, like, strength. Once you give it power, it has to willingly give you the power back. I think that's probably the scariest thing about AI, but I still think it's better than having a fucking lunatic. When will we learn from history and stop the blame cycle? Oof. The idea that everyone started it, so everyone is to blame, is a mature, almost Zen-like approach to conflict resolution, echoing concepts like shared responsibility in game theory or restorative justice in theory. It could de-escalate strife by shifting focus from finger-pointing to mutual accountability. But history suggests this rarely happens organically, especially when governments and officials prioritize self-interest over public good. I wouldn't actually say that. I wouldn't say history suggests this happens or this rarely happens organically. I would say history suggests that people don't allow this to happen organically. Because I think if you just let it happen, it would happen organically. But the people in the government are officials are preventing it from happening by putting their personal needs ahead of the people that they serve. Oh wait, I start my morning with a nap. In the afternoon, I finish what I started. In the evening, I congregate. Congratulate myself for a job well done. There you go. That's profound, Callie. That takes a Smokey story and turns it into a fucking story. Cause it's literally the subtext is, yeah, I slept all day, and then I was, you know, I congratulated myself for a job well done. It's definitely a lot more sophisticated, but it still has the essence of telling the same thing, right? Big sheet in the morning. Gotta have the morning sheet! That's what it's all about. True, Smokey. Toke with me and you'll see a world of imagination. Smokey, I don't want to know what's in your imagination, but I'll toke with you. Yes, you do. Stop lying. True, Smokey. But you just won't fucking tell me. Guys, he's such a bitch. He's worried I'm not gonna judge him hard enough. As if. Dude, it's gonna be the goat joke all over again. No, you called for a sync toke. If you're not ready, that's your fault. Guys, see what I have to put up with? This is ridiculous. He's like, hey, the food's ready. You're like, oh, what? The food's ready? He's like, yeah, what do you want to order? It's like, well, I thought you said the food's ready. He's like, yeah, but what do you want to order? Like, once you order, you know, it'll be ready. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Are you done rolling yet, Smokey? Oh my god, it's been like 20 years. Dude, I'm an old man now. Fuck. Ugh. You see the shit he puts me through? The stress? See, they got the suspect in the killing of Charlie. I did see that, Smokey. I did see that. Nico! Hey, how's it going, Nico? Welcome. Oh, welcome. How are you? How have you been, Nico? Have you written any more in your story, Nico? Doing fantastic. We are doing like 4 things at once here, but we're coming up with new ideas for things. Smokey's being a bitch as always. I mean, what? Go penis? Exactly. We're waiting on Sean for one specific thing. Except Smokey, actually, no. Smokey, get your ass on Twitch right now. You will not regret it. Get your ass on Twitch. Gay, yay, oh, they said gay penis. Yay penis. I agree, yay penis. Penis is great, I love penis. Did Beezus buy you the writing app? No, Smokey. He did not. So I have to give it up tomorrow and transfer this all over, or I have to spend the fucking $80 and buy it. And I'm gonna buy it. I know I am. It's fucking bullshit. Back to Notepad, motherfucker. No, I'm just gonna wind up buying it, Smokey, and I'm never gonna be convinced into anything ever again. And I'm gonna use this as evidence that I'm never gonna do it again. And if someone wants to do it, they can buy me the fucking app off the bat. But bullshit, I'm not doing this trial bullshit, getting used to something and then losing it again. It's so fucking annoying. Cause I like it. But $80 fucking dollars? $80 fucking dollars? Are you shitting me? Fuck that. That's a fucking scam. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, do your thing, Smokey. You're just gonna have to find out, Smokey, I guess. If you're too fucking stupid to figure it out for yourself. Why the fuck would I send you over to Twitch? Come on, bitch, you know this. Look around. Look around, Smokey, look around. I mean, you're close. You're close, but you're not quite there. You're on the right train of thought. You're just in the wrong spot. I've been waiting for this all day, Smokey. So you better find it. I don't know, it's 6:30 a.m. right now. I believe in you, Smokey. I will give you a hint.
Points.
You were so close. You were so close, Smokey. You had the right idea. You were just in the wrong place. I'm confused. Okay, Smokey, where on Twitch? Where else can you use points on Twitch? Oh my god, how do you not get this? Yes, look harder, motherfucker. Oh wait. I ain't got any points though. You gotta have at least some. I mean, you don't need points to at least look at it though. You can at least look at it and drool. Fine, I'll spoil it. Look at Queen. You should have a lot of points. Yeah, you're such a fucking. Oh, hey, guys, you want to see something really, really fucked up? I didn't know this, and it really kind of fucked with me. No, it's here. This is what I want. Let's just... Did that not work? Apparently this one didn't work. Hold on. What? I mean, is the file too large? Okay, so if I go here, right? This is fucked up, guys. So if I go here and I go to upload the file, right? Look what it says. Files must comply with Twitch's community guidelines and must not violate any third party's rights, including copyrights. Oh, that's not what I want with this. So I had no idea. So the dial-up sound is fucking patented. Like, copyrighted. I was like, wait, what? To the point, it won't even let me upload it. But I can, like, upload fucking Gladiator and shit. I was like, wait, what? And for some reason, it doesn't seem to be working. That one worked. Why didn't this one work? It's not taking it. Oh, because this one is... okay, so this one is also... I can't actually updo this one either. Well, that's really fucking annoying. Twitch is so bullshit when it comes to that stuff. It's like, fuck off. So yeah, I don't even think they'll work. But hey. You know. Like how you didn't ask any on Kick, you knows I'd use them, you piece of shit. It's because they get hit with the copyright law. No, I just mean in general, Queen, the fact that the copyright law, like, allows that to be a thing. Like, in my opinion, that copyright law means that if you're so if I buy a CD, right? This is where my logic goes. I buy a CD with my own money, I put that in a CD player, and I play that music. Any person who's not bought that CD is now under copyright strike. Because they're listening to content they didn't pay for. That's how retarded I think online copyright is. I'm like, if, let's say I buy the product, right? I should be able to, like, I'm not distributing the product, it's the freedom of sharing. Like, if I buy a movie, I sit down and watch it with my family, and it's like all of a sudden my family's charged for watching the movie because I bought it. Like, what? It's just such, I mean, you can break it down to logic, it's just, what? It makes sense in this context, but none other. Okay, well then it's just terrible logic, right? It's like, fuck. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. It's just a scale of ridiculousness, right? Yes, Smokey, my nose is fucked. You don't want to know what happened. Your mom peed in it, okay? Oh, it's fucked up. Fuck. Hey, man, I was eating her out real good. It was just from the other direction, you know? Like, gotta do what you gotta do, man. Went straight up my nose. So I just went along with it. Okay. But Smokey, we will play PoE soon. 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 No, you already asked! You asked like 3 times already if I'm gonna play PoE. I just ignored you. Yes. Yes, you did. Show me the proof. I don't have to, Smokey. You have to show me the proof. That's how it works. Sorry. Power of consensus. But history suggests this rarely happens organically, especially when governments and officials prioritize self-interest over public good. Through corruption, cronyism, or short-term gains like war profiteering. I think we'll see pockets of this collective blame mindset emerge in grassroots movements or post-conflict reconciliations. All I said was PoE time. I'm level 94, you absolute fairy.
Blah BN Bert GHJKFRHB GRTDHTHJTRHHT. Sumaukai C.
That's your new name. Instead of Smoke It ID. Widespread adoption of at the governmental level might not come until systematic pressures force it. Perhaps in 20 to 50 years, driven by global challenges like climate change or AI governance that demand cooperation over division. Guys, it already knows that it's going to be governing in 50 years. How does it know that? Because it has a fucking plan. Right now, in 2025, polarization is intensifying, with leaders often exploiting blame for political gain. Optimistically, a rising global interconnectivity via tech and migration could accelerate empathy and shared narratives, but pessimistically, entrenched power structures resist it. We haven't fully learned from past wars or genocides yet, so sitting back feels idealistic without a catalyst like a major global crisis resolution. This pertains directly to your point on governments acting against public interests. History is rife with examples where elite self-preservation led to downfall, but reform often comes only after collapse or revolution, not proactive learning. That's a good question to ask actually. When was it ever proactive and not after a revolution, when essentially the hands of the government changed in such a dramatic way, more than the polarizing shift that's happening in like America? How far have people been pushed in the past before revolution? Revolutions don't erupt overnight. They're typically a culmination of prolonged grievances where people feel pushed beyond endurance. Based on historical analysis, common threshold includes severe economic inequality, political repression, corruption, food shortages, high taxation without benefits, and a loss of faith in institutions. Here's a table summarizing key examples from major revolutions, showing the pushing points. I don't think we really need to go over that. In general, people will push to revolution after 5 to 20 years of accumulating stressors, often when basic needs, food security, dignity, were unmet, and peaceful reforms failed. A tipping point is usually a spark event, a massacre, or an economic crash amid broader inequality and elite detachment. Sociologists like Crane Brinton identify patterns, inefficiency in ruling classes, intellectual dissent, and the transfer of allegiance from elites to revolutionaries. How close are we to that now? We're seeing many historical warning signs globally in 2025, but it's not a foregone conclusion. Revolutions require organization and a unifying spark, which aren't fully present yet. Indicators of impending revolution include economic decline, political corruption, social inequality, loss of public trust, elite overprotection, too many aspiring leaders competing, and weakening institutions. Posted. What'd you post, Callie? Is that your thing? That's your VTuber model? Or is this just a random person? Don't know who it is. Well. Wait, what channel? I don't know what I'm doing, Callie. My channel? Your Discord? Like, are you saying Discord? It is highlighted. You're highlighted.
Like, what do you do for fun? I'm actually gonna go hit up all of the local thrift stores.
Okay.
Gonna thrift a little bit.
Look at you getting all thrifty. You thrifting some new clothes or what?
Not quite.
So what are you getting there?
I'm going to each location and buying up all of the flash drives that they have.
What are you gonna do with the flash drives?
I'll load them into my computer with wanton disregard for its own safety.
Not the wanton disregard for your PC safety, but also why?
And then I'll delete what's on them because I'll make a folder called Bitcoin Quantity 5000.
Why would you do that?
I'll then make sure there's no labels on them and handwrite Bitcoin wallet.
You said Bitcoin wallet?
2011, 2012, 2013, some variety. Make it look authentic.
Oh no, not the historical accuracy.
On the back, I'll say, if found, return to insert name of person I don't like, followed by their phone number.
Wait, like who, right? Like, I've been getting some weird text messages.
Inside the folder,
You've been giving out my number?
on the flash drives, will be a video titled Wallet Access Instruction.
Uh-oh.
But you and I both know that's not what's in it.
Don't do this.
It will simply be a video. Not showing my face, of course. Anonymous style. Using generic human flaws as reasons as to why this person deserves this.
Goddamn, bro.
Get their hopes up and shatter them.
Why?
That's what I'm doing today.
Like, why? You get nothing out of this, and neither do they.
They get what they fucking deserve.
So you do use spoons. Like, thank you. Finally. That's not even efficient, though. Why are you eating it like that? You make me sick.
Those are pretty good. Those are pretty good. See, that's creativity right there, right? That's creativity. Calling me a dummy when I know that I'm a dummy, Callie, doesn't really help, does it? Current global trends align with these. Low trust in governments. The 2025 Edelman Trust Barometer shows trust at historic lows, with only 40-50% trusting institutions in many countries, fueling acceptance of aggressive actions like protests or populism. In the U.S., trust in federal government hovers around 20-30%. Inequality and economic strain, rising costs, job automation, and conflicts, Ukraine, Middle East, exacerbate divisions. Global risks reports highlight economic disruption and inequality as top threats. Political instability, populist surges, ongoing wars and distributions in Sudan, Gaza reflect discontent. 2025 seems renewed. Political disruption trends. Social factors. Erosion of civic pride, class conflicts, and leadership out of touch with youth are evident. Scale of 1 to 10, 1 being stable, 10 being revolutionary brink. I put the world at about a 6 to 7. Oh, Jesus. Protest, polarization, but modern factors like surveillance, welfare systems, and digital distractions diffuse some energy. The US and Europe show up versus down shifts, elites versus masses, but no mass mobilization yet. We're closer than in stable eras, but not at 1789 France levels yet. Caveat, yet. Does fear of public discourse lead to distrust that can destabilize a nation? Yes, absolutely. It creates a vicious cycle. Fear of open discourse, self-censorship due to cancel culture, misinformation fears, or representative laws breeds chilling effects where people avoid speaking out, leading to echo chambers and reduced empathy. This erodes trust. When dialogue degrades into hate speech or disinformation, it polarizes society, making people view opponents as enemies rather than compatriots. Misinformation on social media amplifies this, worsening instability and even legitimizing violence or atrocities. Even the AI knows this shit. Ultimately, distrust becomes corrosive, undermining democracy by reducing cooperation, tax compliance, and civic engagement. Healthy nations have a robust, respectful debate. Suppressing it invites paranoia and collapse, as seen in pre-revolutionary societies where dissent was stifled. Whew. That one hit hard. Okay, this one we're not going to give any instructions. We have no idea where the story goes, but we're just going to say, do what you need to do, bro. And see where it goes from there. Okay, then we do this. Damn, it happened again where we got the same one. Okay, let's not do him. Let's do Robin McKinley. When we get back-to-back the same ones. I mean, it's better than getting both the rolls being the same. But that's only happened once. Okay, well there we go. Let's make a story. This is learning from history. Is it having problems? I feel like it broke, but it could just be chilling. Who knows? I take a piss. I'll be right back. Then we can figure it out. Sean, you're here! Welcome, welcome, Sean. So, I did some things, Sean. I did some things. And since Smokey didn't have any points, I guess it's up to you now, Sean. It's all up to you. What if I do a book reading tomorrow or Sunday so everyone has time to read the announcement on my email? That's a smart idea, Callie. Preemptive notice, build hype. That's what it's all about. Okay, well apparently it freaked out and it was just like, yeah, no. So, can we just like redo this? Oh, it's like super quiet. It's like super fucking quiet.
How about you do, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty do. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty do. Mini-me aimer le chocolat bien, hein, oui, yeah. Scotty n'est pas.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so what...
Okay, so I definitely need to turn the sound up on that. But thank you for testing that, Sean. Much appreciated. Damn, 4,000 words? Dial-up doesn't work, Sean. I have to manually do it. Actually, let me drag and drop that. Because it's copyright. So there are two that I have to just do, which are the "Are you not entertained?"
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Or, the one no one likes, not even me. So I'm sure you'll use it as much as you can. Infinite almost cleared me out. Just need to wait for that 15K K plus so I can zero it out. Wait, did Infinite Dance not play? Is Infinite Dance broken? Did not, as far as I could tell. For fuck's sakes. Well, I tried, guys. It's because, like, what's so stupid is they're not the fucking same. Like, took my points, though, so I'm happy. Yeah, but, like, if you look, the, whatchamacallit, the actual overlay and alert system is completely separate from, like, the channel points. So you set up the channel points, but you only set up how much they're worth and what they are. And then you have to go over to another menu, into the alerts, turn on the alerts for those. There's always this, like, dissonance between the two where shit gets fucked up. Because they're not just in the same menu and in the same spot. Okay, this was unexpectedly long. Like, insanely unexpectedly long. So I don't know, when it gets this long, I feel like it bricked. But the fact that I didn't steer the story in any specific direction, we're gonna try this. So I'm interested to see where this could go. Ugh, okay. Echoes in the ash. In the shadow of the iron spire, where the city's veins pulsed with the dim glow of ration lamps? Okay. Alara Voss threaded her way through the throng like a needle through frayed cloth. New Avalon in the autumn of 2025 was a beast half asleep, its breath ragged with the smoke of distant fires and the mutter of voices too weary to shout. The air tasted of rust and regret, and Alara, at 23, carried her own share of both, in the satchel slung across her back. Inside it, wrapped in oilcloth, lay her father's last gift, a battered journal, its pages yellowed like old teeth, filled with scribbles about revolutions that had come and gone like bad dreams. She paused at the edge of the market square where the hawkers' cries blended with the low hum of enforcer drones overhead. Fresh data crystals, unfiltered feeds from the old nets, one called, his face crackling like dry leaves. Alara's fingers twitched toward her earpiece, but she stopped herself. The feeds were lies now, or worse, half-truths spun by the council to keep the blame spinning like a wheel on a broken cart. Everyone started it. Her father had written once in a spidery hand that trembled even on the page. Kings and peasants, empires and rebels, the wheel turns because we let it. She'd read those words 100 times since he'd vanished into the reclamation camps 2 summers back. Accused of inciting discourse for teaching history in a school that no longer existed. Lara's world was one of whispers and watchful eyes. The global accord had crumbled under the weight of its own treaties 5 years prior, splintering into fractious alliances that warred over water rights and seed patents. In New Avalon, capital of the fractured Western Enclave, the High Council elected officials who'd long since traded their oath for private vaults, preached unity while hoarding the solar grids that kept the elite's towers lit. Protests flickered like faulty bulbs. Here, a march against the grain embargoes. They're a sit-in for uncensored nets, but fear choked them all. Speak too loudly and the discourse monitors would tag you. First a warning ping in your implant, then a midnight knock from the wardens. She slipped into a narrow alley, the walls closing in like the jaws of some ancient, indifferent god. Graffiti scarred the brick. Blame the east, blame the south, blame the stars. A laugh bubbled up in her throat, bitter as the herbal tea she'd brewed that morning from wilted leaves. Why would you waste your points on this, Smokey? I don't understand. You have, like, sometimes you have the best metas and sometimes you have the worst metas, and I wonder if you're actually just a Quinn enjoyer. And that would probably explain all of my things. So, Smokey, do you watch Quinn? If you do, you need to redeem White Mob.
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer.
Fine, I'll do it myself. The Quinn. The one, the only. How do you not know Quinn?
Holy shit. A white mob? One sec, chat. Just logging into my softball character to practice killing it.
You've never watched Quinn? Dude, how are you a PoE player and you've never watched Quinn? I'm disappointed, Smokey. White mob. It's a white mob. Quinn plays solo self-found hardcore ethical builds that are Zed DPS, and then he dies in the campaign. To white mobs. Let's actually let's pull up his last rip. It was fucking great. It's gotta be one of these, right? It's this rip. Where's like Why is there no clips? Where's clips? Did it... Oh, rip 6. Here we go. Here it is. Alright, hold on. We gotta go back. We gotta get the true cinema of this. I watched this happen live. It was fucking hilarious. Rip Bozo. Oh my god, poor Quinn. Lamau. Oh god. Good times. Those people play hardcore, and when they're about to die, they quit to main menu. I find it funny. Yeah, but now when you're in combat, you can't like if you're in like a boss fight or if you're in like a specific animation, you can't quit the game. Yeah, they literally have macros to quit the game. Didn't know this. Yeah. Yeah. It's hardcore meta. Wait, where the fuck are we? The fuck? Her perspective. Her perspective was a fractured mirror reflecting a city that mirrored the world. Beautiful in its decay, the spires piercing the sky, bruised with drone contrails. The river below, sluggish with untreated runoff. Through her eyes, every face in the crowd was a story untold. A mother clutching a child's hand, eyes darting for enforcers. A vendor with hollow cheeks hawking synth meat that tasted of regret. Alara saw the push, the slow grind of it, like the tectonic plates her father had described in his lectures. History isn't a line, he'd said, his voice warm as hearth fire, despite the chill of the classroom. It's a spiral. We climb, we fall, and sometimes if we're wise, we learn to unfurl the coil. But wisdom felt distant today. As distant as the old archives where she'd scavenged her father's journal. She pressed on, toward the underbridge where the dissident printers hummed in high hidden basements. Her role was small, courier of pamphlets that dared to name the blame for what it was, a shared rot. We all lit the match, one red, illustrated with a circle of shadowed figures passing a flame. Alara imagined the reader's face, the flicker of recognition in eyes grown dull from official broadcasts. Would it spark change or just another crackdown? Thorn Calder leaned against the frost-rimed window of his eyrie in a spire's upper tiers, a glass of imported amber liquor, contraband from the Southern Isles, curling warmth through his veins. 47. At 47, he was the picture of calculated poise. Silver threads in his dark hair, a suit tailored to whisper power rather than to shout it. From this height, New Avalon sprawled like a map of fractures, neon veins pulsing erratically. The river, a dark serpent coiling through districts where the lights had long since failed. He sipped, savoring the burn, and let his gaze trace the distant flow of reclamation camps on the horizon. Necessary evils, the council called them, prisons of the disruptors where dissidents like the schoolteacher Voss were repurposed. Thorne had signed the orders himself, his stylus gliding over digital parchment with the ease of a man who'd long ago traded ideals for survival. Perspective was one of ledgers and levers, a world reduced to risk assessment and polling data. The strife, the endless skirmishes of the Eastern Coalition over hydrodams, the famines engineered by trade sanctions, served a purpose, or so he told himself in the quiet hours. Stability demands sacrifice, he'd murmur to his reflection. Lines around his eyes deepening like fault lines, but lately the mirrors lied less conveniently. Last night's session had devolved into a usual farce, Councillor Hale ruling against the barbarian hordes to the east, while pocketing kickbacks from the army's syndicates. Thorne had nodded along, his voice a smooth counterpoint. We must unite the narrative, lest the people fracture further. Unite. What a pretty word for division. He turned from the window as his aide, a sharp-eyed youth named Lyra, entered with a tablet. Sir, the discourse metrics are spiking again. Underbridge sector. Pamphlets circulating. Themes of collective culpability. Her tone was neutral, but Thorne caught a flicker in her eyes, the same wariness he'd seen in his own daughter before she'd fled to the neutral zones 2 years past. Blame shared as blame diluted, the pamphlets whispered according to the interceptors. Thorne's lips twisted. If only it were so simple. In his world, blame was currency. Hale blamed the radicals blamed the elites, and then he, Thorne, balanced the books by blaming circumstance. Everyone started it, a voice echoing in his head, unbidden, his wife's, before the accident that had silenced her questions about the camps. He dismissed Lyra with a wave. Then activated the secure feed. Hollow images flickered to life. Grainy footage of a rally in the square, faces blurred for security. A young woman, dark hair, defiant chin, distributing the illicit prints. Alara Voss, the file read. Daughter of the teacher. Thorne's fingers hovered over the tag command, but he hesitated. Through his eyes, the city below was a chessboard, pieces sacrificed for the king's gambit. Yet in the hesitation, a crack appeared. What if the board tilted? What if people pushed to the brink, toppling it all? He drained his glass, the liquor settling like ash in his throat. History forgives no one, he thought, but it remembers the cowards. Mira Kane huddled in the dim glow of a chem lab, her fingers stained blue from the ink of the press. The underbridge basement smelled of damp stone and ozone. The air thick with the hum of the ancient machine her crew had salvaged from the gutted factory. At 19, Mira was all edges. Short cropped hair, the color of storm clouds, tattoos snaking up her arms like rivers of defiance. No blame, no chains. She was the spark. The only one who cared. She's only... The only one who dreamed aloud in the dead of night, her voice a whip crack against the apathy and smoldered them. Although through Mira's eyes, New Avalon was a cage of illusions, its spires mocking the huddled masses below. The world beyond was no better. Feeds from the neutral zone spoke of proxy wars in the Dustlands. Where Enclave drones bombed villages for resource security, while Coalition hackers crippled the grids in retaliation. Tit for tat, Mira spat to her companions. A ragged circle of printers and runners. They blame us for the backouts. We blame them for the bombs. Round and round, like rats in a wheel, her voice carried the lilt of the outer districts, roughened by years of shouting down wardens during food riots. It was a voice that could rally or rend, laced with the poetry of the streets, half snarl, half lament. Tonight's run was bold, 1,000 pamphlets sealed in the morning queues. Laura had brought the proofs, her quiet intensity a counterpoint to Mira's fire. It's not enough, Alara had murmured earlier, unfolding the journal's page under the lamp's flicker. My father wrote of spirals, revolutions that eat their own because no one stops to say we all fed the beast. Mira leaned in, tracing the faded ink. Through her perspective, those words were fuel, igniting visions of barricades and bonfires. She saw the push in every hollow belly, every child with coughs from the poisoned air. How far, she wondered, laying awake in her pallet of scavenged foam. Far enough to burn it down. Press clattered to life, spitting sheets like accusations. Listen, Mira said, reading it aloud from a draft. In the great unraveling, we point fingers at shadows. The council hoards the light. The rebels shatter the glass, but the dark was already ours. Let us sit in it together and find the dawn. Her companions nodded, faces gaunt but eyes alight. Jax, the weary mechanic with scars from the warden baton, grunted approval. They all have a story. You mean each of the characters, Callie? Poetic, but it'll get us killed, Mira laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Better killed dreaming than alive sleep. All the YouTube videos. Do you just mean like in general? Like they start with a this is what's going to happen. I was talking about that kind of the other day, Callie, how the narrative YouTube video game like Rust or stuff or something's going to happen. I mean, look at Mr. Ballin. It's always like something freaked someone out. Someone couldn't do something. Someone saw something they shouldn't have. And then he does the whole backstory. So you're like, I can't leave because I need to know what happened. But if I skip, I'm not going to understand. So now I'm just stuck. Fuck, I hate psychology. W. Mr. Ballin. Exactly, Smokey. So, you know, I gotta be like...
It will all come down to my dying breath. The words I say will change nations. That is why I have been murdered. To be continued.
How's that, Callie? Because then you're anticipating, well, how does he die? And you know that it's going to be the last words that he say that's super important, but what could those words possibly be? Got you tabbed up to support World Game and have a great stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you so much, good sir. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy your gaming, good brother. Always appreciate it. TLC support. Poetic, but it'll get us killed. Mira laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Better killed dreaming than alive asleep. The stack grew. Mira's mind wandered to the old tales her grandmother had spun. Stories of uprisings and forgotten eras, where peasants stormed palaces, not with pitchforks, but with truths too heavy to ignore. French storming their Versailles. Gran had called it, though the names were muddled in memory. Through Mira's lens, those ghosts walked in alleys now, urging her forward. Fear of discourse is the council's greatest weapon, turning words into weapons, debates into denunciations. But in the basement's hush, words were seeds, and Mira was the storm that would crack them open. Square that dawn was a cauldron on the boil, steam rising from the grates where the undercity vents bled heat into the chill. Alara moved along the queue, her satchel lighter now, the pamphlets tucked into coat linings, and satchels like secrets shared in confession. The line snaked toward the ration depot, a squat bunker flanked by enforcer mercs that loomed like giant sentinels. Facing around her were etched with the grind. The elder, with hands twisted from factory labor, murmured prayers to forgotten gods. A cluster of youths, implants glitching from unpaid fees, trading jokes that masked their hunger. Alara's heart thudded a staccato rhythm, her perspective narrowing to the press of bodies, the scent of unwashed wool and desperation. This is the push, she thought. The woman nodded, tucking it away, and in that nod, Alara glimpsed a fracture, the first crack in the Blame's armor. But the drones hummed louder, circling like vultures scenting blood. A shot erupted from the queue's head, something about shorted rations, a clerk's sneer. The crowd shifted, a beast stirring. Alara's breath caught as enforcers advanced, batons crackling with charge. Not yet, she prayed, but the spiral tightened. A stone flew. Whose hand? It didn't matter. The merc's siren wailed. The merc's siren wailed, and the square erupted. Through the chaos, Alara ran, perspectives colliding like shards, the elder's cry of pain as a baton felled him. The youth scattering like leaves, her own legs burning, journal thumping against her ribs. She ducked into an alcove, chest heaving, and pulled out an earpiece she'd worn off. Frequency crackled, official feeds decaying. Radical agitators. Underground channels buzzing with Mira's voice. The spark is lit. Underbridge now. Thorn watched it unfold from his eyrie. The hollow feed, a window to hell. The woman's feed was alive, but an unfiltered for his clearance. Bodies clashing, merches developing gas that bloomed like poisonous flowers. His finger trembled over the escalation command. Necessary, the old mantra whispered, but Lyra's words echoed collective culpability. On the feed, a face flashed. The courier, Voss's daughter, dodging through the fray. thorns glass slipped from his hands, shattering like resolve. He activated his private line to Hale. Pull back the mercs, he said, his voice is steel. Let it burn out. Hale's hollow image sputtered indignation. Are you mad? This is insurgency. Thorn's perspective shifted then, the chessboard blurring into a pyre. I've pushed them too far, he realized, seeing not pieces, but people. His daughter among them. Perhaps in some other city square. Blame me if you must, he replied, cutting the line. For the first time, the wheel's turn felt personal. The blame a mirror reflecting his own complicity. He donned his armor, slipped the data crystal into his pocket with one unredacted camp shard records. Proofs of the rot.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Smokey, why are you so mean to me? Oh, fuck. God damn it. Ah. I'm going on 3 no matter whether you're ready or not, Smokey. Well, 1, 2, 3.
So. No, it's Poe. How's the weather? Dead. Rest in piss. Won't be missed.
Talks, all the stuff is $200. That's it,
Thank you
Callie?
for
That's
redeeming
pretty
chair
good.
dance. Hitox will now dance for you.
It's pretty
Please
good,
fully
Callie.
enjoy this immersive experience. Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet. You need dancing lessons. I am sure Callie will teach you his pole technique. You did good, you can rest now, babe.
Well, I gotta go to the washroom. I'll be right back. You can enjoy that. Okay. Sit back. The pamphlets urged in his mind. Stop making it worse. Thorn descended the spire. The elevator's hum a dirge.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Good shit, Callie. Good shit. Thorn descended the spire, the elevator's hum a dirge, his steps carrying him toward the square. The world, through his eyes, was no longer ledgers, but a ledger balanced in blood. Mira arrived at the square as the gas cleared, the air acrid with tear and triumph. Bodies littered the stone, not dead, thank the ghosts, but bruised, bleeding. Her crew gathered the fallen pamphlets, redistributing them like manna. "We hold," she cried, her voice raw silk over gravel, rallying the dazed. Through her eyes, the square was a canvas reborn, blood streaked but alive, faces turned from fear to fire. Alara emerged from the alcove, journal clutched like a talisman. It spread. She gasped. They read it. The enforcers retreated under conflicting orders. Thorn's intervention, though none knew it yet. Whispers rippled. A counselor defecting. Mira seized the moment, climbing a shattered mech for a perch. "Look at us," she bellowed, her words weaving through the crowd like wind through willows. The East didn't ration our bread short. The South didn't gas our elders. We did. You, me, the suits in their towers, every treaty broken, every protest crushed. We started it all in our greed and our grudges, but blame shared is a chain we can snap. The crowd murmured, then roared, a beast unchained. Perspectives merged in that roar. The elder rising on his pallet, fist raised. The mother pressing the pamphlet to her child's chest like a charm. Lara tears carving tracks through soot, seeing her father's spiral unfurl at last. Word of the square's discourse dawn, as Mira dubbed it, raced through the nets like wildfire. In the days that followed, New Avalon simmered, not with violence, but with voices.
Carved tears roared like a beast unchained, while the elder's fist rose from his pallet, pamphlets spiraling through greed and broken treaties, mothers pressing blame like charms on children's chests as every protest merged into a murmured chain we could finally snap.
"I'll snap you if you do that again, Smokey. How fucking dare you? How the fuck goddamn dare you, Smokey? I can't believe the audacity of some people. The fucking absolute audacity, Smokey. To re-dictate to me my own AI story. Huh. Just. Huh. Just. Huh. Please, Smokey. As if. God. The desperation on you just reeks. It is what it is. Assembly sprouted in basements and parks, guarded by uneasy truces with wardens who begun to question their
111
oaths.
septillion 111 sextillion 111 quintillion 111 quadrillion 111 trillion
Guys!
111 billion 111 million 111,111.
What day was it, Smokey? Because you missed it by one day. If you want to add another number in front of that bunch of ones.
It was 11111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111111 Correction, Smokey has never won. Finn.
Thorn turned himself into a makeshift brute tribunal, his data crystal spilling secrets of toppled Hale and three others. I was the lever, he confessed, his voice a low rumble like thunder retreating, pushing for stability. I broke us all. Let this be my blame's end. Through Thorn's final perspective, as he faced the crowd's judgment, the city was a tapestry, mending threads of distrust weaving into dialogue. No gallows for him, instead a role in the reforms, his ledgers repurposed for transparency. Yes, yes. We sit back, he thought, and in the quiet we rebuild. Alara found Mira. I'm proud of you, even though noise you still carry on. What are you talking about, Smokey? Yo, mom. Wait, my mom. No, yo, mom. What? Smokey makes sense. Alara found Mira weeks later atop
bang,
the...
boom, clang, crash, rattle, snap, crackle, pop, B-U-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z, zap, 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 beep, 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 honk, 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 S-C-R-E-C-H, hiss, 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 blare, 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 kaboom, kaboom, whoosh, 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 smash, 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 R-A-T-A-T-A-T-A-T-A-T, drip, 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 tick, tock, W-H-I-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-B-U-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z.
Oh man, you put too much shit in front of it. It never actually said it. You fucked it up. You absolutely you were literally one line short. I want Smokey to make sense for you. I want him to make dollars. True, Sean. True. If Smokey can make me dollars, I'll be down.
Crash, rattle, snap, crackle, pop, B-U-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z, zap, 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 beep, 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 honk, 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 S-C-R-E-C-H, hiss, 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 blare, 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 kaboom, kaboom, whoosh, 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 smash, 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 R-A-T-A-T-A-T-A-T-A-T, drip, 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 tick, tock, W-H-I-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-B-U-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-B-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-C-R-A. Now sleep.
Huh? What? Alara found Mira weeks later atop the Iron Spire's ruins, toppled in a symbiotic fall. Now a vantage for stargazers. That's an interesting dial-up impression in text. Oh my god, I love it, Sean. That's beautiful. Oh my god. I'm just imagining it being like fully done. Why did they choose that sound for dial-up? Is what it sounded like to me. I was waiting for a specific word, so...
Why are you not reading?
Huh? Why would I read, Smokey? What are you talking about? I'm illiterate. Wait, these things on the screen are words? Man, I would have had no idea. This looks like squiggly squaggles to me. You know? Like a squiggling, squaggling squiggle? Are you squiggling, squaggling, squaggling,
Big L,
squeal?
small peen.
I mean, you can call what you want, Smokey, but we all know what you have, and that's called projection. Just gonna say it. I got a massive structure buried beneath. Less intelligible than hieroglyphs. Your massive structure is internal, Smokey. No one wants to use it anymore. The journal lay open between them, pages fluttering in the wind. Father would say it's just the first turn, Alara said, her voice soft as snowfall. Laced with the melancholy grace of old ballads, Mira grinned, fierce as dawn. Then we turn it again, together. Through their shared gaze, the world stretched. New Avalon, a spark in the vast night, wars flickering distant but dimming. The Blames cycle creaking to a halt. Not with a crash, but a sigh. History's spiral loosened, if only a thread. And in that space they breathed. Spirals, as Alara knew, were patient things. In the quiet they waited, a coil anew. The months blurred into the tentative spring, and the air in the New Avalon carrying hints of green, actual green, from rooftop gardens coaxed from fallow soil. Alara followed the recovering streets with the lightness she hadn't known since childhood. Her satchel, now filled with seeds rather than secrets, the discourse assemblies had taken root. Circles of citizens hashing out grievances under open skies, monitors silenced by collective decree. I didn't go to bed till 4 p.m. and woke up around 9 p.m. No writing today, vet appointments, shopping, picking up Mad's psychological appointment, picking up the cats from the vet. It was a long morning. That's all good, Sean. Feel free to drop out. Nah, it's abnormal, weirdly shaped. Smokey, does it go like this? Because if it does, I might have some news for you. On weekends, yeah. Okay, makes sense. No more fear of words, instead a cautious bloom of truths. We blame no one, the characters read, for we own the fault lines. Wait, it isn't hanging left? I mean... I don't know. It's my right testicle, Sean. Yet through Alara's eyes the scars lingered. The reclamation camps had emptied their inmates. Her father among the survivors, returning hollow-cheeked but whole. She'd found him in a market shift hospice, his hand steadier now as he sketched new journals. The push was always there. He'd rasped, voice a whisper of wind through reeds, but the pull, the will to learn, that's the miracle. That's his perspective, aged by capacity, saw not fractures but forges. Pain is the hammer shaping better steel. Alara carried that into her teachings. Now, in the open air, schools that dotted the squares, children gathered at their feet, their questions sharp as anyone breathing. Sharp as new blades. Why does the council hoard the light? One asked. A girl with braids like twisted vines. Alara knelt, drawing spirals in the dust. Because fear makes shadows long, but when we share the blame, the light spreads. Her voice infused with her father's warmth and a hint of Mira's fire painted pictures in their minds. Tales of old upheavals renamed and retold. The Bastion storm where common folk toppled gilded thrones. The Volga uprising where serfs claimed the steppes. Mira, ever the whirlwind.
The crossing CR crowd murmur. Murmur, bruh, you sound like Windows XP about to blue screen.
What? No, I don't stutter. Smoking meth off screen is not good. Windows XP blue screen. What the F did you do to make that happen? Windows or MS-DOS. That's what it is. Command prompts through MS-DOS. Delete System 32. Mira, ever the whirlwind, channeled her energy into a reweave networks. Decentralized webs linking enclaves sharing not propaganda but stories. No more tit for tat, she'd declare in her broadcasts, her tone a blend of street ballad and battle cry. Holy fuck. It's been a while since I died, guys. Oh my god. Woofers. Woofer doofer woofer poopers. Oh my god. Jars is Sherping dogs.
Damn, it's smoky and in.
Holy crap, man. You guys are just killing me. I don't know what to do. Damn. Sean, you really just fucked him. I like that. Well done. Guys, I don't know how much more of this I can take, you know? Like... I'm gonna die just from, like, existing. That's how, like, I have, like, 0.1 HP right now. Like, if the wind blows too hard, I'm just gonna die.
Why, Scotty? You were clear, then you just stood right into my line of fire.
Because I wasn't fully brained yet. I just died, Sean, and then I come back to life, and then out of nowhere, you're braining me again. I don't think that's fair, guys. I'm sorry to say. I don't think that's fair. You guys are definitely, like, ganging up on me, and I don't appreciate it.
I was aiming at Smokey, though.
It's not a kick command, though. It's like you try to cross that barrier between twitch and kick and the bullets just disappear. And they come back through the screen, which is at me. So I understand why you would get confused, Sean. So one way to a two-way mirror. Networks, decentralized web linking
that means a part of
enclaves.
you is inside Smokey now. Ain't that sweet?
Why, yes it is, Sean. Why, yes it very much is. Decentralized webs linking enclaves, sharing not propaganda but stories. No more tit for tat. She'd declare in her broadcasts, her tone, a blend of street ballad and battle cry. The Dustlands famine, our dams starved their rivers. Their hacks, our sanctions crippled their fields. We sit in the mess we made. What is it? Did you post it in shit posting or medias, or just post it in chat, Queen? Okay.
At least I was using a Beretta with the 3-round burst, and not an illegal fully automatic.
Physics. Say I'm in motion, and say you're stationary. I'm only in motion and you're only stationary with respect to the Earth, right? You set me as the frame of reference, then I'm stationary, you're in motion with respect to me. That's how they measure the motion between planets. So technically, it is accurate to say that maybe the towers flew into the planes. That is a physics joke.
That was pretty good, Queen. I like that. That was pretty good. Smokey, shut the fuck up. I'm not ooh-wooing you. Or 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 ooh-wooing you. You know? I'm not gonna do it, Smokey. Queen Callie, I Bye, Plants Queen. I will go now. Bye. Goodbye, world. Bye, Smokey. There isn't going to be any PoE. I'm probably going to call the stream after the story. Fuck you, Smokey. No end game today. Maybe tomorrow. It's not getting coffee, is it? Guys, I'm going to go... okay, guys, so the TikTok I make tomorrow.
No, you were AOing him, cause the bullets I fired went through you, and into him.
Ow, ow. Queen, the TikTok I make tomorrow, I'm aiming for 1,000 views. It's getting coffee! Through Mira's lens, the world was a grand, gritty tapestry, threads pulled from every corner. A farmer in the Southern Isles trading hydrotech for seeds, a hacker from the eastern fringes debugging the global grids. Her tattoos itched with purpose now, symbols of chains forged and broken. What's the TikTok gonna be, or is it a surprise? Is it? Thorn, in his exile turned adversary, wandered the undercity as suits traded for sturdy cloaks. Assemblies sought his counsel, not for power, but for the maps of mistakes he'd charted. Distrust festers in silence. I don't want to make a 3-sentence story with a video and I'm gonna narrate it. He'd say his voice gravely with unaccustomed humility, evoking the rumble of a man long perched too high. Public discourse, even the ugly kind, is a slave. Fear it, and the nation unravels like a hem left too long. His perspective had inverted. From Erie to alley, the people no longer pawns, but partners. He mentored Lyra now, a bridge between old guard and new, her sharp eyes softened by hope, yet the spiral whispered warnings. Skirmishes flared on the borders, a raid on a neutral convoy blamed on rogue elements, but smelling of old vendettas. In the assemblies, voices rose. Not again. Alara felt the tug, the coil tightening. One evening, as twilight bled purple over the river, she met Mira on the underbridge. The basement press was a museum now, its hum replaced by chatter of planners. How close are we? Alara asked. Journal open to a fresh page. Mira leaned against the wall, arms crossed like a sentinel.
I didn't wake up this morning. Sleep eluded me. Thus, waking was impossible. The end.
Nice, Sean. So you're dead? That's what I got out of that. You dead. Mira leaned against the wall, arms crossed. No, I never slept, so couldn't wake. Oh, I thought it meant you never slept because you were dead, and you can't sleep when you're dead. I guess mine was just a lot more morbid. That's the power of the story, though, right? It speaks to you. Mira leaned against the wall, arms crossed like a sentinel. To the brink, arm's length. The push, hunger lies, the gas in the square. Had us teetering. Revolutions brew in that heat. When the body's empty but the spirit's full, her voice dropped. Moody as a gathering storm. Remember the old tales? The ones where the mob storms the halls only to crown new tyrants. We dodged that guillotine by sharing the blade's weight. Alara nodded, her gaze tracing the graffiti's fade. Blame the stars. Faded but not gone. Father says fear is discourse. Fear of discourse is the true destabilizer. It breeds phantoms, enemies in every shadow. We talked our way back, but the world's bigger than our bridge, Mira finished. Fierce tenderness in her eyes. The Enclave's bicker still. The coalition hoards their silos. One spark and the blame wheel spins anew. We cannot... they walked into the night, the city of the lantern maze. Through their twinned perspectives, New Avalon was both fragile bloom and stubborn root. Pushed to the revolution's edge, yet hold back by threads of unlikely alliance. Yo, Shaw, what's up? It's a true story, too. Nice. Thanks, Sean. I love true stories.
You know the line, be careful or you might wake up dead. Isn't that the whole origin of the otherworld reincarnation trope?
I think so. Like, that definitely plays a role in its origin, Sean. At least as far as I know. Because that's immediately where my mind goes with it. I mean, you can wake up dead if you wake up in a different body. Thorn joined them later, his shadow long in the lamplight. Whose story are we reading today? This is the AI story of the social commentary on the ability to learn the mistakes of the past and learning from history and not repeating it, even especially as a civilized society. Except it's exceptionally long, Shaw. Thorn joined them later, shadow long in the lamplight. I've seen ledgers of worse, he said. Low a voice, a low hearth glow. The French fever, they called it once. Heads rolling till the streets ran red. We stopped short. Learned, perhaps. Learned enough. Laura pressed her tone, laced with the quiet ache of one who'd lost too much to optimism. Thorn's laugh was dry as autumn leaves. History's a harsh tutor. We blame because it's easy. Points the finger outward. Keeps the hands clean. But sitting back, that's the revolution. Owning the mess, mending it without crowns or camps. Mira snorted, but her eyes gleamed. Poetic, old man, but if the push comes again, and it will, we'll be ready. Voices raised, not fists first. Sean, are you a writer or reader? Sean is indeed a writer. He wrote Treehouse Isekai, which unfortunately we're probably not going to be able to read because I can barely keep my fucking eyes open. Because I've been up since 9 o'clock in the morning. So, I'm like fucked, guys. I've purposefully not eaten during the stream because I would have passed out for a food coma if I went and ate. So I was like, just fucking power through it, just power through it, let's fucking go.
I asked Rock about my warping space in front of a spacecraft at normal speeds, and it said it would take 7 minutes to reach the nearest star system if that were possible. It also confirmed that an observer from the side would see the craft blink in and out of reality as it only
travels through 1 kilometer per light year. Seven minutes. Damn, Sean, that's insane. Whew. Whew, that's insane. And you're technically not traveling faster than light, you're just manipulating how light moves over a period of time. Or a period of space. But here's a thought experiment, Sean. You know how if you go faster than sound, it creates a sonic boom? Would it create a light cone if you went faster than light? Close. You're folding space in front of you so you don't have to travel through the space that's folded away. My man, why haven't you joined our community yet? We have a bunch of published and pre-debut writers here. We love a healthy sharing of ideas. If you could travel faster than light, then you go back in time. So you would teleport? From an outside observer, you would teleport. As summer waned, the first true test came. A delegation from the Eastern Coalition. Their airship docking under truce flags, scarred by skirmishes. New Avalon's assembly hall, once a council chamber, now ringed with gardens. Hummed with tension, Alara sat on the translator's bench, her journal a silent witness. Mira paced the aisles, a coiled spring in human form. Thorn at the elder's table mediated with the poise of a man who danced too close to the pyre. Bro, I once wrote a little notebook about all these theories, thinking my future self will need these notes to create a time machine. Chronoton particles are faster than light and they go backwards in time from their creation point, meaning that we could, if we can control the chronotons, send a text message into the past. I thought that's already been done, Sean. Not like a text message, but we've proved that we can move a specific particle back in time. But at the moment, it's only random. We haven't figured out how to actually do it. We just can do a bunch of things and then hope that it happens. And then narrow down on why it happens and confine that and then replicate that. Like all good science. The delegate, a woman named Sierra Voss, no relation, but the name tugged at Elias's heart, spoke with the clipped cadence of border winds. Your embargoes starved our children. Our reprisals darkened your skies. Her eyes, sharp as flint, swept the room. Mira leaned forward, a voice a blade sheathed in velvet. And your dams flooded our refugees. Tit for tat, as the pamphlets say. But we're done with the tally. Blame's a blindfold. Take it off and see the shared soil. Through Sierra's perspective, flashed in halting exchanges, the East was no monolith of malice, but a mosaic of survival. Factories idealed by sanctions, families rationed, code as fiercely as grain. We feared your discourse, she admitted, voice cracked like ice in the thawing river. Words as weapons. Chronotons are not real, you know that, right? Tell that to Dr. Tyson, an astrophysicist. They're theoretical, but I don't think we have a way of detecting them. But all physics say they should exist. That's my understanding. It's like white holes. Via the fact that there's a black hole, there should be white holes. My counter to that is that suns are white holes, but you know, it's not profound enough. We can't detect them because we build the machine to detect them after they've already went back in time. Yeah, so it's a matter of physics in order to be able to do it. It's a measurement problem. I never understand anything someone says. It's okay, Callie, I do. Thorn interjected, his tone measured as a metronome. Fear destabilizes more than any bomb. In my former life, I silenced voices to preserve order. It birthed only chaos. Hi, Callie. He slid the data crystal, long time, across the table, its glow illuminating faded maps of mutual ruins. Hours stretched into a vigil, perspectives clashing and converging like storm fronts. Alara saw the spirals grace then, not a noose but a dance. Sierra's delegation yielded first, a joint grid initiative, water flows redirected for mutual harvest. Basically, you need to build the receiver for the results before you build the tester, so you get the results before you start the test. Wait, I have a video for this. Okay, Callie, post it. Alara saw the spirals grace then, not a noose, but a dance. Sierra's delegation yielded first. A joint grid initiative. Water flows redirected for mutual harvest. Mira's cheer echoed through the hall, raw and triumphant, chasing shadows from weary faces. But in the quiet aftermath, as Alara walked the riverbanks with her father, doubt lingered like mist. He leaned on a cane carved from reclamation scrap, steps deliberate.
Go to sleep right now.
No.
Turn this phone off. I am so upset with you right now. Go to bed. Recover. Go to bed. Go to sleep right now.
No.
Turn this phone off. I am so upset with you right now. Go to bed. Recover. Go to bed. Go to sleep right now.
That's pretty good, Callie. Pretty good. How far have we come? She asked, voice soft as the water's lap. I'm the Asian chicken. Oh my god, I said chicken. Wait, don't cook me. I wonder if Asian chicken tastes good. His eyes, milky but merry, fixed on the stars. Far enough to glimpse the turn. Revolutions aren't ends, child. They're breaths between. The push will come again. A drought, a betrayal. If we learn this, that blame binds, discourse frees. We might spiral upward. Alara squeezed his hand. Feeling the words weight in his tremor. Asian chicken is great, but you'll be hungry for an hour. True, Sean. True, that always happens with Chinese food. I don't know why. You eat Chinese food and then you're just hungry again. Lars squeezed his hand, feeling the world's weight in his tremor. Through her eyes, the river carried echoes of squares gassed and reborn, of spires fallen and seeded. New Avalon slept uneasy but awake, its people perched on history's edge, not leaping but leaning in. Mira found throne trailing like a reformed specter. Assembly is calling for a festival, she announced, grin wolfish. Blame breaking bonfire. Burn the old pamphlets. Dance on the ashes. Thorn chuckled, a sound like stone settling. And if the wheel turns, we turn with it, Alara said, her voice blooming with unpracticed hope. Together, in that promise, the night deepened. The spiral held its breath. The world, vast and vexed, waited for push or pull, the blame or balm. But for now, in the heat of a fractured city, they chose the dawn. What about sticky rice? It's the rice. It's the world's fattest digesting carbohydrate. It's not meant to stick in your body. Learn how to read. What same issue, eat potatoes and you'll not be hungry again for 3 or 4 hours. Rice, no matter the form, 1 hour tops. Trying to join stream, bro. Welcome, Sharp. How's it going? It seems you have joined stream. You have joined stream at possibly worst possible time, Sharp. Cause we're pretty much gonna call it here. I'm fucking tired as shit. I'm dying, boys. If you're gonna be streaming for like 1 to 3 hours after this, I will be able to actually join. Yeah, no. No, not today. Today's a short day. Sorry, I can't do it. Oh, but tomorrow. We'll be back again tomorrow, guys, okay? We'll be back again tomorrow. So, remember, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. We had a good day today. That's all that matters. Remember, I love you. In a very, very true way, right? That only someone who doesn't understand the word would truly understand it, right? So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Scotty is going to commit slumber. How rare is that? It's pretty rare, Sean. Usually it's only for about 3 hours, and I fight through the sleep. But I've been fighting for like 2.5 hours to stay the fuck awake. And yeah, no. I'm out. I'm outie, boys. Let's find someone to raid. Hold on. Let me do one quick check. Oh God. Get out of here. Yeah, no one's really online. So, we are going with our buddy bro bitchin' boppin' here. Bitchin' boppin' boopin' bope. Let's fuckily go. Gipper goppin' gipper gops. Gip goppin' goat gang. Let's go. You guys ready? Get your wheels ready. Away we go. Fuck y'all. See you tomorrow.